Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground here in Chennai for the final match in Group A between these two teams, England and South Africa. You're very welcome wherever you are in the world. Join us on the YouTube channel. Just search Nexus Over 60 and you will find your match. My name's Rash Mahmood, I'm the official England commentator, and with me in the commentary box will be Akash Vignesh. Yes, alongside me, again, and I'm delighted to say, he's just doing some final bits of admin, is my friend and colleague, Akash Vignesh. We've been together on two previous commentaries, and I hope he'll give you some insights into things all about Chennai that I'm not familiar with. Your umpires for today, umpire Satish and umpire Srivatsan. Your scorers are Alan Murray from the UK and Rakesh Roshan. In the technical area with me, I'm delighted to say we've got the services of Madan. He's the live stream coordinator, and we've got Sai and Austin on the cameras. Them boys do an absolutely brilliant job. So just to update you here, South Africa have won the toss and will field. England, well, they come into this game knowing that they've already qualified for the semi-finals. They are undefeated, the only undefeated team in the tournament, 4 out of 4. They can't be caught at the top of Group A. But they would like to go through the Group A qualifying matches without losing. They've made wholesale changes to the team, but it's still a very, very strong batting lineup. South Africa, well, a mixed tournament for them. They'll want to finish their tournament on a high. Their team: Brad Bing, Akil Cupido, Stuart Hendricks, Trevor Poole, Mark Tessendorf, Peter Am, Rudy Birkenstock, Roy Messer, Barney de Klerk, Ismail Taladia, Kadir Amian, Irsh Haq and Paul Gouch. And I'll give you the England team in due course. So we're all set here. Play due to start at 9:30. Teams just lining up for the national anthems. Join me when play officially starts in a few minutes' time.
So here we go for the next. The first ball, and it's Tony Beck who has been batting up, and he could be able to get the first ball and nick towards third, and that's gone for a 4. It's Bale, the bowler for South Africa here, and it's a very calm defense. And Mr. Rash has just joined along with me. How are you, Rash? And how was your day off?
Yeah, thank you, Akash. Hello, everybody. Yeah, day off was good. Didn't do much. Just tried to relax and recharge the batteries. An early start for us again today. Here's to Ladia again from the hostel end into Tony Burbeck. He bowls. Burbeck looks to cut. Misses the ball through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So I hope so. You just said not a big off day off, just a cool down day. Maybe you may be relaxing, or you may be, just as you said, on Saturday you may be visiting some temples out here, and you are here in Poro right now, SRMC. How was the ground? I hope so. This is your first match or what?
No, we played India here in the warm-up game, so it was a very, very good wicket, I have to say. It was a very, very good game between England and India. I mentioned it in commentary the other day when we were together. It's a lovely ground, lovely pitch. So, yeah, it's all set for a good encounter. South Africa struggled in this tournament. They'll be looking to go out of the group stages with a good performance. England, they've already qualified, booked their place in the semi-final. I'll just break off. Taladia in. Burbeck cuts. And that's fielded at point. Nice bit of fielding by Barney de Klerk. And that's the end of the first over. Just 4 from it. The first ball of the innings, Tony Burbeck just reaching for a ball outside the off stump, nicking it through, flew away to the boundary for 4. England 4 without loss.
It's 4 for none, as Mr. Rash said. And here we go for another magical combo yet again. For the third match I am here for doing commentary for England, and of course for South Africa. Just now, first time I am witnessing their match, and I have a chance to do that. And yes, actually it was Deepak, our own co-commentator. I hope so. He just had a good eye in the comment, and also he's been doing that in Amir Mahal. Hope so you are doing good, Deepak bro. We just had a off call in the com box, and I had a good chat with him.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. Please, wherever you are, we would love your comments. Please get involved. Tell us what you think the outcome of this game will be. Give us your predictions. Anything else about our commentary, myself and Akash. We promise we won't get upset. We really do want to hear what you have to say wherever you are about this game, the tournament in general, anything. We will read all the comments, we'll read them out on air, so please get in touch. And as Akash said, my colleague Deepak Kumar, he's commentating on the Wales West Indies game at the Amir Mahal cricket ground. Big shout out to Hugh, the Welsh commentator. Hope you have a good one, my friend. That should be an absolutely cracking game. I'll give you the group table as it stands shortly. In Group A, very, very tight. England, as I've said, already qualified. They can't be caught. But it's a proper bun fight for who gets into second place and secures their berth for Wednesday's semi-final. So, Ershak, who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end.
Yes, you are just in the offline com box, and of course you talked about Chennai's traffic sound. That's just so we just in online box. These guys wants to know.
Yeah, Ed Gordon Lennox taking strike. Here's Hack in from the pavilion. He bowls, and Gordon Lennox looking around for that. Didn't really know where it went. Squirts out. Yeah, Gordon Lennox opening the batting today. The skipper Richard Merriman, who's been in tremendous form, obviously with England already qualifying. He's the 13th man today. An opportunity for Ed Gordon Lennox. Good batsman. Needs some runs, however. So, Tony Burbeck on strike. Hank, in he comes, bowls. Burbeck just pushes forward. Man runs in from his mission at short cover, does the fielding, and there's no run.
Injury concern for Merriman, the skipper, why he's not playing?
No, a bit of tiredness and fatigue, Akash, but as England have already qualified, there's no point risking him. He can have a day off. He's hacking again. Burbeck chops down, backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, England have made a number of changes with the semi-final in mind. There's no point risking people. There is a bit of tiredness and fatigue in the squad, as there is in every squad. It's been a very, very brutal schedule. England played 3 matches in 4 days with just a 1 rest day off. Difficult. Here's Hack again then. In he comes, Burbeck. Same shot, better timing this time. And that's flown away backward of point for another 4. England move on to 9 without loss.
Beautifully bowled yet again, just a defense, and we could have. Oh, I don't know what he tried. And overthrow, they stole a run. Good running between the wickets. Definitely a poor one from fielder, just lost his mind, it seems to be. So an interesting field set, right? 2 covers on with a shortish covers. We do see this field set when Mahendra Singh Dhoni was actually. Oh, that's so powerful, and I observe the fielder. In the next ball, he will be going back to the line, going back to the 30-yard circle. That's how the power has been generated from the shot. It's 2 done, 13 for no loss.
Going back to the 30-yard circle. That's how
Yeah,
the power
lovely
has been
shot
generated
from
the
Ed
shot.
Gordon
It's
Lennox there.
2 done,
He's
13
a batsman
for
who
no
needs some runs, but he's a very dangerous batsman when he gets in. That was a beautiful shot through the offside. Interesting field placings. If anybody caught our commentary of the previous England game against the USA day before yesterday, me and Akash were talking about the innovations of putting 2 men in close on the offside. It's basically a cover and a cover, if that makes any sense. They're very close in on the offside, and it's in the sight of the batsman. So when you're looking to play expansive shots, your field of vision is very, very narrowed. Here's Taladia from the hostel end into Burbeck. He bowls. Burbeck just lets that go outside the off stump. Encouragement from the bowler and fielders, and there's no run. Yeah, that fielding position, Akash, we talked about it before. He was innovated in the IPL
into Burbeck
by your great hero.
Lets that go outside the off stump.
He's definitely going to be a great hero, right? All over Chennai, wherever you guys are watching from Chennai, as well as from any part of the world or any part of India, you guys are a big fan of Mahendra Singh Dhoni. You could going to be witnessing him within maybe a span of 1 month. That's what we two guys have been talked about, and Mr. Rash has said he will be back to home at that time. I hope so. He won't be missing out though. One of our wrestling guys, our magician, is to be interested for today from England side. And what you actually witnessing in the pitch, sir? Good cut shot, and I hope so. It's just a single. We do have a deep point. What's your take on the pitch, sir? For we just witnessed this for 3 overs. For me, I would say it has been skidding off a lot, and it's been swinging a bit.
Yeah, it's a good pitch. We played India here in a warm-up game, and it played very, very well indeed. From our position and where we are, folks, where Taladia is bowling from the hostel end, we're, I would say, at the deep extra cover boundary. But you can definitely see some movement in the air from the monitors. Oh, that one dips in. Taladia, well played by Tony Burbeck in the end. Yeah, we have the benefit of the replays and the screen here. Just a slight bit of movement from Taladia. Got a couple just to move away. That one just came in slightly. So he continues. In he comes. Bowls. Burbeck is back. That's played upwardly in the air. And he's caught. He's caught. Well, Unlucky for Tony Burbeck.
So
he has been a bit
continues.
unlucky in this tournament.
In he comes.
Went back and across. It was there to hit.
Burbeck is back.
The
That's
ball,
played
as
upwardly in
Akash
the
said,
air.
it's just
He's
been
caught.
skidding on slightly. Probably reached him
He's
just
caught.
a fraction quicker than he thought. It's the right shot to play. He just got slightly underneath it. And it was a nice, easy catch taken at backward point. Joy for South Africa early on. England lose their first wicket. 15 on the board. And Tony Burbeck has to depart for 10.
Yes, sir. I was just talking about the pitch has been skidding out, right? Actually, I bowled a few balls in the nets just before our match, and my ball just got a banana in swing, and I couldn't even able to believe that's how a pink ball used to swing. I hope so. This is my first time I bowled in a pink ball, and it's been swinging like a banana swing, and my ball has just got skidding out a lot. So as I said, it's going to be this track is going not to be easy for batting. I hope so. So when the South Africa won the toss, they like to field at the moment. Maybe a target of, if I'm not wrong, to 45 overs, right? 250 would be a good target. We are just witnessing England who just come and smash 300, 320, 350. Just their batting style is just like that, and it's Graham Shah, the one who's been in, who's having a tremendous average of 97 with highest score of 71. I hope so. He had a not out in his 97, a not out. Graham Shah. As you said, plenty of changes for England's side. Can it affect this game?
Yeah, well, South Africa will be delighted with getting that early wicket, but it does bring the very, very dangerous Graham Shaw to the crease. It's number 17 on his back, powerful figure, destroyed New Zealand in the first game. Here's Taladia in again then, and Shaw just plays it out into the offside. Nice bit of fielding there. Good bit of fielding there from Akil Cupido. Saves any further runs. Shaw off the mark first ball. Yeah, dangerous striker. England, well, minimum they'll be looking for Akash's 250. As I said, they played India here, played beautifully. This track is probably one of the best tracks in the tournament. It's very, very true. But the interesting thing that we saw in that over from Taladia, the ball is definitely skidding on a bit. Tony Burbeck was playing the right shot for where the ball was actually pitched. Absolutely no issues with that for Tony. But it just, you could see, we had the benefits of the replays, folks. It did skid onto him. It came onto him a bit quicker than he was anticipating, hence he got underneath it, and it was a nice easy catch at backward point.
So yes, when we are talking about, it's 3 done, 16 for 1 in 3. England have just lost their wicket. It's Tony Burbeck who's going to be on strike, and it's Ishadul Haq, the bowler, who's going to continue. I hope so. From the other end, from the pavilion end. You say this true pitch which has been coming on to bat, but doesn't looks to be for me. It's just getting up and it's been holding a bit. We didn't able to see good face from the bowlers yet now. Doesn't seems to be a good pitch which has been coming on to bat. When I'm talking about it, an excellent on drive from Tony Burbeck, and he collects his third boundary. Sorry, in fact, it's Graham Shah who has collected his first boundary in his very second ball. This is what England team can do, guys. If the wicket is going on, they don't worry about it. They just carry the momentum with a lot of boundaries. Just like that. Yet another big shot attempt, but there is a sweeper straight to him, and just a single. 2 field sets which has been placed outside the circle, because we are just in progressing of a power play number 1. One is at long off, another one is at sweepers. Very squarish sweepers, right? Just keeping him for those safe of those cover drive shots. And a very shortish cover is being placed too. Straight to cover point. No run. Here we go for the next ball. It's driving down the leg, and that's an excellent flick shot that has just crossed the square leg fielder who has been fielding from the far end, who has been at covers. He just fielded one good ball. I hope so. It's Mr. Akil Cupido. If I'm not wrong, I just couldn't able to recognize him. Oh, in fact, it's Kader Amin. It's Kader Amin. Should have fielded the ball, but couldn't able to. One more boundary in the bank of Graham Shah. In fact, Tony Bedwick. What's your take on South Africa's bowling? I just have a chance to witness their first match right now. Their bowling is just looking like a slow medium paces, but doing some good movements straight away in the new ball. That's so close, but umpire doesn't feel it to be. It's 4 done. So 25 for 1, a big over, 9 run over from that. Even though they lost a wicket in the last over, they could be able to get a big over right now, because know what, England just know how to play with some good momentum. Even though they lost wickets, this is what we could able to see in their national team right now, and as well as in their veterans team.
Yeah, apologies to all who are tuning in. I've obviously had a lack of sleep in my day off. It's done me no good at all. I'm not sure how I got the figures of Tony Birbeck and Ed Gordon-Lennox mixed up, but it's Ed Gordon-Lennox who is back in the pavilion. Oh, Taladia again. Outside the off stump. Graham Shaw looking for the expansive shot on the offside. Playing a miss. England 25 for 1. Taladia in again from the hostel end. Shaw, that's a delightful shot. Off his hips, whipped away. 4 more to England, 29 for 1. Shaw moves on to 10 with a couple of boundaries. Beautiful shot that, off his hips. Minimum amount of effort. He is a good timer of ball. He's also a very, very powerful striker of the ball, isn't he, Akash? We've seen him on a couple of occasions. Well, as you asked me the question, first time I've seen South Africa. Look, a sprightly unit in the field. We've already seen some good bits of fielding. Taladia in again then. He's short. Just plays it out into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Whenever I could able to hear the word South Africa, right, I could able to hear some good fast bowlers being produced by them. That includes Nitini, that includes Stalstein, that includes Morne Morkel, Albie Morkel, a variety of bowlers who could just bowl fast as well as who could move the ball, and that's how their pitches have been prepared too. That's a good shot again, and also that's his third boundary and second of this over. So Graham Shaw is not holding up things back. He's just attacking the bowlers. He's just attacking those bad balls. This has been with somewhat a width given, and the third boundary collects towards backward point. I would like to come back to the point, and wherever you go, wherever you are in India, you just know what South Africa is. It's all about AB de Villiers, right?
AB, tremendous. I'll just break off. Taladia comes in again. Short, looking to play that on the offside.
And first bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, it did bounce, didn't it, Akash? That's yeah, that was a good delivery. I mean, Graham Shaw's not going to hold back. Anything slightly wide of the stumps, he's going to go for it. He's not the type of player to shoulder arms and just let the ball go through to the wicket keeper. But that was a genuine play and a miss. Give some credit to Taladia as he comes in again. He bowls, that's wider. And having said that, commentators curse. Graham Shaw shoulders arms, makes no attempt to play the ball.
He just wants to be staying right. He just wants to stay out 40 more overs. He just don't want to get out in within 6 or 7 overs.
Well, he's obviously got some pennies on our commentators' curse competition. Those who have listened to me and Akash or the previous commentators will know. As soon as we say something, the exact opposite happens. And there's my first of the day, and it's coming the 4th over. So there you go.
Yes, even my prediction completely gone wrong in the last match too.
It did, yes, your prediction. You were rooting for the USA.
Yes, I was talking about AB de Villiers, and I want to share some points after this ball. Ock. Ishadul Ock, who's been continuing out. Straight away, a good drive towards long off region for a single.
Yeah, AB de Villiers, we've been talking about some greats of cricket, haven't we? But he's right up there, one of the best players in the last decade.
Shot here. Oh. That's an excellent shot, and this is what we are talking about. Graham Shaw is not going to hold up things. That's what Mr. Rash said. It is up to him. and he will go over the fielder. He's not going to look for his wickets. He's just going to play with some good momentum.
Yeah, got to say in Yorkshire, I mentioned it in previous commentaries, the word biff. That was absolutely biffed back over the bowler's head. It was hit with tremendous power.
A bit of extra bounce. Maybe first from this end, from the far end, straight to sweepers for a single.
Yeah, going back to AB, he's just been a wonderful player to watch. Such a technically gifted player. Brings the crowd to the feet.
Yeah, I would like to share some points about some good foreign players that have been loved by Indians after this ball. Beautifully played out, beautifully blocked up. Even the RCB fans, the Bengaluru fans who are watching this, they know how everybody was. And whatever we say, right, we just love Brendan McCullum. We just love everybody. We said no cost. No, these guys are just zero haters. They do have zero haters in their India, and I hope so. They do have a long appeal. Straight away reversed by the umpire. Appeal has been reversed from the umpire. So I will just come back to the point. AB de Villiers, Brendan McCullum, Brithley, we don't have haters, and we do have a very large number of fans other than their own respective countries. I hope so. Wonderful shot, just cut through the point for a single. And whenever a guy was being keeping up, I just could able to see a keeper who was just wearing a caps. I could able to remember two greats. One is AB de Villiers, as well as another one is Mr. Mark Bouncer, who's been, if he's having a chance to watch it out, also he will be delighted.
I think that's the beauty of franchise cricket. We were talking the other day, weren't we? And we were fortunate enough to speak to Steve from the Gloucester Seniors. Steve, Simon, and the rest. Well, I hope you got home safe. It was an absolute pleasure talking to you. But Akash was, you were making a point with Steve, weren't you, about how franchise cricket has changed and how these players that we wouldn't normally get to see, we can see now. They're exposed to a bigger audience. So yeah, they're going to have fans. Normally just going to be in their home country. Yeah, because they play franchise cricket. Just break off as Taladia continues from the hostel end. He's in. And that's Burbeck. Lovely. He just tickles that down the leg side. Backwards of square, and he trots through for a single. Yeah, these players now, they have global fans because the IPL is streamed all over the world, and all these competitions, the Big Bash, the Caribbean Cup and everything, you know. So I can understand why people like, you know, AV and Brett Lee.
Yeah.
Brett Lee was just another absolute genius, wasn't he? Here's Taladia in again then. And he bowls, Shaw's backwards, looking to play that.
Even I just left a guy, Kevin Peterson. He's to been loved by most of the Indians. His game has been brilliant, right?
Yeah, love-hate character, Kevin Peterson. KP, as he's known around the world. Obviously, it's well documented, his history with the England team. On his day, an absolute destroyer of bowlers. Here's Taladia in again. He bowls, and Shaw plays it nice and firmly. Down towards mid-on, and there's no run.
So yes, sir. Actually, we were talking about the negatives of those negative shades of those T20 leagues. There is a lot of positive shades too. In that, one of the positive shades is Mr. Faf du Plessis, who just came into the fame only after playing in IPL, right? Because he was not so much recognized by the South African team, and suddenly he comes to CSK, he comes to his home, way back in 2012. CSK have bought him as a replacement for Mike Hussey, if I am not wrong.
That's right, yeah, it was, yeah. Mike Hussey's replacement, spot on.
So just from there, du Plessis haven't looked behind. He just went on to play a test match against Australia. He could able to score a massive 300, I hope so, if I am not wrong. My memories are good.
Yeah, just break off while Taladia comes in again. Shaw looking to play that, cuts again. And power flight, yeah, no stopping that. That races away to the boundary for four. Nice shot by Graham Shaw. It was in the air, but controlled. England moving along very, very nicely. 45 for the loss of one wicket. We're just coming up to complete the seventh over. Ed Gordon Lennox, the unlucky man.
And when I was just able to see Graham Shaw, I could compare a guy from our very own Indian, KL Rahul. He's just having some good touches, right? it doesn't seem to be hitting. He just hit a one ball just over long off other all, or just he just touched the ball and he could able to collect a boundaries.
Yeah, Graham Shaw, I mentioned a couple of hours ago, he's a very, very powerful hitter, but he can, we were talking about people destroying innings, well, Graham Shaw can do that. That's no exaggeration, folks. If he gets his eye in, he will be up to 40, 50 in the blink of an eye. He can destroy any bowling attack, and he's been moved up the order. You know, he's quite happy batting as an opener. That he's come in one down. He has batted for England in the 5 and 6 position. As I said, England a wealth of talent in the batting department.
Yes, I just wanted to have another question in this. Can this be a big headache for captain who has been himself who have opened the innings, and suddenly a guy like Graham Shah just comes out and play a very good innings in the top order? Can it be an headache, or can he just move out again back to his own position in the semi-finals?
Well, it's a good headache to have, isn't it, Akash? You want all your players playing to the best of their ability, to their highest standards. Yeah, of course it's a headache, but it's a nice headache to have, you know, and a difficult choice for the skipper Richard Merriam to make. There's going to be a change at the pavilion end. It's now Mark Tessendorf coming on. He replaces Hack, who'd bowled from that end.
Yes, it's Mark who's been coming out.
Tony Burbeck,
the first change for the day. Towards pavilion, that's a good shot. Actually, tried out a good face, an excellent shot through sweepers for a single. Yes, I was talking about some good players, just comparing some good players, but remember what, these guys have came and these guys are over 60, so these guys definitely saw those players who have been growing in their time. And I would like to ask Mr. Rashid, you know, a guy who has been represented England, and I just want to know who's the guy who has been represented England, who you have been watching from since his childhood, since his growth.
Oh my goodness me, now that is a difficult question. Well, I mentioned Alistair Cook the other day, didn't I? I'll just break off. Graham Shaw just plays that down the ground, deep mid on, pops through for a single. Yeah, I mentioned Alistair Cook the other day, Akash.
We do have mention about Rahman Ahmed as well as that.
Yeah, Rayhan Ahmed, and we mentioned, we couldn't think of his name, could we? It was Bashir.
Yeah, Bashir. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Look, he bowled tremendously well. In fact, I just need to look at my phone to see if India have. That's Burbeck, looking to play an expansive shot, thick inside edge.
And I also, you had a match. Even you just able to see the match England versus India, and I want to compare this, especially. A minute, sir.
It's Burbeck. He dabs that out backwards a point. Fielder runs round and there's no run. The latest test score, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wanting. India at 67 without loss. Well, it's a pitch that's coming to a lot of criticism, the one at Ranchi. Here's Tessendorf in again. Burbeck straight to the fielder, and that is caught the second attempt. Tony Burbeck out again. Well, it was there to hit. He hit it straight to the fielder at short cover. Juggled it the first time, caught it the second time. Tony Burbeck departs for 18. England lose their second wicket at 47 for 2.
So what's actually the debate has been going on, sir? Is that about any pitch or pitch related, or I am asking about international match of India versus England. What's actually the debate?
Yeah, there has been criticism of the test pitch, of course. I mean, you want a test pitch to be fair. I think the scores are even testament to that the pitch isn't particularly a good one. I mean, I don't know if those people streaming in saw the dismissal of Ben Stokes in the first innings. I mean, the ball just didn't bounce. It just rolled underneath his bat. Now, if we're wanting exciting test cricket and we're wanting to try and bring the crowds in, we've got to have pitches. This is worldwide. This is not a criticism of the Indian groundskeeper at Ranchi, but We've got to have pitches that are competitive. Oh yeah, it makes for exciting cricket when you're losing 13, 14 wickets in a day, but it does spoil it somewhat. But India going well in their pursuit of the victory that I think will
125.
win them the series. They require another 125 to win. Oh, Akash is getting excited now because out strides.
Out comes the big man Monty, who's just having a tremendous tournament. In his 3 innings, he has played out 231. Guys, remember what? This guy is aging above 60 and he has scored 2 consecutive hundreds. A small day off for him against US and he's here back against South Africa. And this guy can attack any sort of bowlers. On any good day, this guy can make them to dream a bad one.
Yep, those who caught the commentary between England and USA, I'll just break off. Stilladia continues. Sure, forward defensive. We had the opportunity to speak to Monty, didn't we, Akash? In very, very interesting comments he made. If you didn't catch them, folks, please go back and see the commentary from the England-USA game the day before yesterday. He's very focused. He just concentrates on himself. Doesn't concentrate on anybody else. Here's Taladia in again. Bowls, sure, back, and he's out. He's out.
3 down.
England 3 down. Well, first time in this tournament that England have been in a hole like this. 3 wickets down, 47 on the board.
A bit of struggling start, as Mr. Rash said. The first time we are witnessing England in the tournament, which has been struggling a bit. And this time Graham Shaw has got a big, very, very attacking knock. He needs to go back to the pavilion. It's Ismail, the one who has caught him. And I just couldn't able to see them live, and I hope so. I could able to see the replay. I think he's got by a low bounce. That is what you are actually talking about, right? Right now, a bit of low bounce. Can Monty build up a big partnership? Just let's wait and check. Yeah, here we go for the replay. Maybe a low bounce, I hope so. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, a bit of low bounce, a typical Indian pitch, right? This is what I'm talking about. The ball just start to skid off a lot. So that's why I just revised my target. I said 250. I know England can capable of scoring 300s at any day, but for today they need to check out for every 10 overs. Make sure the wickets should not be lost a lot. There we go for the live first ball. Faced by the new batter, straight away, straight to point. He's cut off the mark, and it's going to be Monty, the big man Monty, the guy who just resembles not only in the face off as well as the guy who just resembles.
Well, rebuilding to do for England.
This one?
Monty Douglas on strike. Ismail Taladia. It's bowled well. 2 for 20 so far. In he comes. He bowls. Douglas goes back to a ball that beats him again. In and around that off stump. So Douglas just watches that one. Past the off stump, and there's no run. Interesting to see how Monty Douglas plays. He's a very attacking player by nature. Doesn't like to block the ball. Will look to attack. Here's Taladia in again. He bowls. Douglas, that's a nice shot. Just chops it down. Deep third man. And trots through for the single. 49 for 3, England. Yeah, Monty Douglas, he's not the type of player just to sit there and look to rotate the strike. He'll look to attack regardless of the situation. England 3 down. South Africa, well, they'll be delighted with the start they've made. It's Tessendorf to continue from the pavilion end. Monty Douglas on strike. Please do get in touch with us if you're watching this stream. Let us know your thoughts. Just delaying proceedings. Someone moving. So here's Tessendorf. In he comes. Bowls. And Douglas just turns that onto the leg side. Fielder runs round from backward square leg. Kader Amian.
So we do on the progress of 14th over, first ball from Monty has caught a boundary towards square. Just tried to swing a lot, could able to get a good bat on it. Driven beautifully down the ground and a missed field. Fortunes him for a single. Oh, in fact, it's gone for a boundary. That's an excellent shot yet again from Monty. It just looks to be a single, but what a shot. That just got a bit off his leg. Poor fielding to be true. It's just been so harsh, but it's been to be true. It's been poor fielding. And Mr. Marcus Young, who's been turning 70 years young, along with me. Please join us, sir. Oh, so you have been an IS wicket taker and you have been a typical magician. I just talked along with Rashid. I was comparing you along with Mr. Rashid Khan from Afghanistan. That's what he does in the age of around, I hope so, he's aging 24. But you are aging 70 and you are just testing your mates.
Yeah, I've learned to bowl my cricket from the origins of 14 years old. I started all self-taught, and I've never stopped. I've played football for St. Vincent from 19 to about 29 and came to England at 30 years old, and I started playing cricket because I was too old to play football. But I had that cricket ability in me. It was always in me. I practice at home, in between the football, and develop my leg break bowling skills and my googly bowling. Yes.
And of course, I hope so you were really enjoying this Indian pitches that's offering some good turn for spinners, right? We even saw that in international games, which has been happening right now between England and India in Test match, as well as right now International Over 60s World Cup. You've been enjoying a lot, and you're just having a lot of pockets of wickets, right? Taking your wickets and just putting them in the pockets.
Yes, I've been very fortunate. I'm glad to be playing with the England team, and they're all good players. I myself, I think I'm blessed with the ability to spin the ball, so I put the revs on it, Funny enough, one umpire said to me, no one has turned the ball yet. And as I bowl, he said, you're the only one I've seen turning the ball. So I actually use my wrist and my fingers to put the revs on the ball, and I've got the back of the hand and the top spin. So it's been very, very beneficial to me and has gained me quite a few wickets, yes, and I'm quite pleased with that. I'm pleased to be with the England setup, because without them I won't be here, to be honest. And it's just a great time for me. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, you said you've been enjoying, right? And you've been enjoying Chennai a lot. It's been a humid, I know. It's been a humid and it's been not so difficult condition for every one of us. As a cricketers, we are playing all day and it's going to be very difficult. But still, you've been enjoying a lot. And in the off time, I just said to you, I read your leg spin, I read your back off spin. In fact, I could say a googly, but you have another googly, which I hope so you just roll your wrist a bit and you're just giving that's an excellent shot, but I'm talking about it. And Monty, he is not losing some momentum at the moment. He just starts to play some big shots. And I am coming back to this question. What's about the other googly, which has been completely unreadable by a batsman, by a commentator, by a umpire? That's what I could say.
I can bowl a deep googly, one that turns rapidly, but then again I can bowl like a top spin and sometimes goes a bit further wrong, close to the googly, so then the ball comes back in, but not as deep as when I really bowl the googly. So the top spin sometimes goes into a leg break, sometimes it goes a little into a googly, which is like an off break. So I myself sometimes don't know what it's going to turn out to be when I try to bowl the top spin, because it can go slight variation to a leg break or a googly, and that can be confusing as well for batsmen. Yes.
Sorry for overtaking, sir. And I just want to mention this point. You are just talking about a fast bowler who knows to bowl a wobble seam, right? Wobble seam normally just comes in as well as goes out, and bowler actually doesn't know what's actually happened. That's what even we could have a pretty good day before Shardul Thakur used to say, right? In Indian nets, he just when an interviewer asks what's actually the ball, I myself don't know. I just bowl and it just goes. So it will be so good for a bowler actually not knowing what's going to be happen. It's definitely better. It's going to be on a confusion state. But I don't see a lot of players using their feet. I just give an exception. England players actually use their feet a lot for spinners, and Australian players just use their back foot a lot, but I haven't seen much more players using their feet a lot. Even I could say Asian teams like Sri Lanka haven't used their feet a lot against spinners in a match which I could able to see against Australia. But now my question is, does this condition or England condition where you like the most to bowl a spinner? As a spinner, what's the condition you just like to bowl a lot?
Actually, I really do love the Indian conditions. I look at the wickets and the wicket is looking so smooth, and I always say it's not going to take turn. But every time I start bowling and I bowl the first ball, which is probably a leg break, the ball just moves, and I'm in big surprise, and I'm saying, oh, this is going to be my day. The ball is turning, and the wicket just respond to what I'm doing. And it just gives me that happy feeling, and I try to keep the ball up on the offside always, and I try to play like a 6-3 field. I pack the offside with fielders, and I concentrate on the off stump going away, and the googly as well on the off stump coming back, and it has paid me dividends. I'm really happy with the work I'm doing, but nothing comes easy. Everything is repetition. And at it, otherwise you would never master it. And up to now, I haven't mastered anything yet. Still, there's loads to learn. Yes, I'm still learning and listening to everyone, and trying to improve my ability to bowl leg spin and googlies.
I hope so. You're just playing at over 60s, but that reflex catch, I just want to keep a remembrance against Canada. And I said, Mr. Rashid was been talking, but he just got surprised. He doesn't even have a word for 2 minutes of your catch, as well as a fielder from mid wicket. And I just want to come back to your catch. How was that taken? To be true,
I don't give up. For me, you have to make an effort. If something is in the area where you think you can reach it, you have to make an effort. You can't just think it's impossible. So I give it a go. I jumped across, as you can see, and I stretched my hand, full out stretch.
Yeah, that's
And-
actually opposite side too. You just having your bowling straight from the other end. You just stretch your hand.
Yeah. Once you make that effort, that's all that matters in cricket for me. You must give it a go. Just give it your best shot, and if it touches your hands and it falls out, well, you've tried. But I give it my best shot, and I was lucky. It stuck in my hand, and it was a difficult catch. I had to jump at it, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah, I repeat that Mr. Rash has got shocked of that catch. He doesn't have a word, right?
Yeah.
It was so good, and I just remember I just had a sort of Instagram live too before you guys have been starting this match, and I was talking in Instagram like, just see, this is the reason why they are just feeling like that. I just want to give a go for your coach. You do have some good drills before the match, right, for fielding.
Mm-hmm.
It was so good, and it was like, okay, these guys are definitely not turning. That's why I mentioned you in the comment box. I just introduced you. This guy is 70 years old, not old. He is young.
I'm blessed. There's nothing I've done, apart from rest and try to sleep properly, and try to avoid stress. But I think I'm blessed by the man up there, to be looking the way I am for my age, and I'm happy with life, and I'll keep on.
That's so good.
I'll keep on doing what I'm doing,
Yeah.
Until the man says no more. Just try to avoid injuries as well. You have to try to avoid injuries, otherwise that's the end of it once you pick up nasty injuries. So you have to at the same time try to protect yourself and keep yourself safe, especially at my age. Yes.
Yes, we just definitely put off our injuries a lot because so that we could play a bit too. It's always so good. You just said you have been starting your playing for in the age of 14, and you just teach me how to play football before the cricket has been resumed. You just say, put the ball on, put the ball up, put the ball up, and I just tried to put the ball up. It was so flat. It's my leg and it's just going somewhere away. We just played a one-touch game in football, but this guy Marcus Singh has some sort of reflex, and I hope so that's what made by him, so that you could able to take those catches, and those warm-ups just making you so easy to do.
Played for my country, yes.
Yes.
St. Vincent.
So even Mr. Marcus Singh has played football for 10 years for Barbados, right?
St.
St. Vincent, yeah.
St. Vincent.
It is just near St. Lucia in West Indies.
Yes.
That's so good, sir. That's so good. That's made you to do some sort of reflexes, right? Mr. Rash is along with me. He just accepts that point completely out.
He's a very, very talented athlete, is Marcus. Very humble man. Great person to have in the squad. He's always smiling, always encouraging. He's a joy to be around. It's a real pleasure for me to, and my wife Mel, to have the opportunity to get to know Marcus. He's been very supportive of myself. Just break off.
And while we are talking about it,
Shot.
Mr. Monty is just start to take off the bowlers away. And what you think about this match particularly? I just want to have a quick session of this match because yearly wickets, yearly breakthroughs, and a normal typical Indian wicket, right? Ball is not bouncing a lot, it's been skidding a bit. What's your take on it?
Well, it seems to me like England has got to just try and settle in and bat the overs out. As long as we can bat 45 overs, we would find ourselves in a good position to take this game as well.
Yeah, sir, that's so good and that's so crisp and to the point, right? Yes, Monty was with us in the previous game against US. He just said, I don't make any bowlers to be settling on me. Definitely, I don't make the bowlers to be settling on me.
No.
I will make sure that I will attack him.
Yes.
And you had maybe bowling to Mr. Monty in the nets too. And is he attacked you?
Funny enough, I haven't really bowled to Monty in the nets. I haven't had that opportunity, but Monty is the kind of player who takes his time and wait for the bad one, and he will hit the bad one. And at the same time, he can just let loose and just hit the ball all over the place. He has the batting ability to get runs. Yes, probably faster than any one of us out there.
Okay, sir, it's been so good. And last question for you. Your take on young spinners who have been coming out.
Oh well, I'm not even aware of who the young spinners are that's coming out, but
Yeah, I would like to
But-
name few. It's Rehman Ahmed and Mr. Bashir, right? Bashir. Yes, Bashir from England, and I would like to have some Mujibur Rahman, Rashid Khan, our very own Washington Sundar, as well as Yuzvendra Chahal, Kuldeep. So,
one thing I've noticed about spinners is that they try to put the ball up to the batsman all the time, and to bowl the ball short, it would be like disappointing for them. The main thing for them, main focus in spinning, is to put the ball up to the batsman and try to pull him out, and I notice there's a lot of drift as well sometimes in some of the spinning. It would look like an off break, but the ball just goes into a leg break, go in the other direction. And I do love that with the young spinners and the way they're bowling the ball, yes. And there are things to be learned from them as well. Yes, you're never too old to learn something. So I'm trying to play copycat with them loads of time, try to copy and try to emulate them at times, yes.
yes, thank you very much for joining us, sir. And I hope so you will be enjoying this game and the last league match, and you guys do have a semi-finals, and I hope so you will be winning it, and we will be meeting at finals too.
Hopefully that's what I'm praying for. Cricket is a funny game, and you never know what the results are gonna be, but hopefully we've got a good enough team to go to the end. So hopefully we'll be victorious.
Yes, thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, nice. Thanks. That's so nice.
Well, lovely to hear. It's from Marcus Young. He's a really, really tremendous character. I hope all of you who are streaming in have enjoyed that. Akash, I know you certainly did.
Yes, sir, that's an excellent talk from him, and he like Monty said, he was also so positive of his own side, Marcus. He just said age is just a number. I am keeping learning of all those good things from the young spinners too. That's always so good to hear, right? He's been keeping learning from us. It has been so good. And when we are talking about it, Monty just started to take on the bowlers. He's just got 5 boundaries in his 26, and it's Chris Dearden just keeping up his wicket from one end. He's just making sure that wicket has been not more taken by South Africans, and it's Mark who's been cutting out his spell, his 6th spell. And on the other end, just Israel has just finished out his spell, his mail. In fact, 9 overs, 2 for 45. So wherever you guys are, just have a comments on us and just have some suggestions so that we could also be liking to read it out. And also you guys are enjoying this live stream.
Yep, here's Tessendorf again from Pavilion End. Dearden just tickles it round the corner. It's to backward square. Fielded by Geda Amian, and there's no run. England 88 for 3, midway through the 17th over. Rebuilding phase going on. Monty Douglas, as is his want, 5 boundaries. Chris Dearden giving very good support. Here's Dearden on strike. Tessendorf in again. He plays that. Misfielded at mid-off. And they trot through for a single. 89 for 3.
And I hope so you just watched a shot from Monty. He just played an on drive that has just left mid-off, in fact mid-on fielder as well as a long off fielder, and we could able to see some boundaries, right? And that's how he plays, so powerful.
Oh, well, misses everything there. Just wait for the umpire's signal. Must have been an inside edge. Yeah, we've got some comments that I will read out at the end of this over. So Tessendorf in. He bowls. Dearden, just watchful. Is an appeal for LPW. Umpire Srivatsan. Not interested. That's the end of the over. England 90 for 3 after 18. Yeah, some comments. Thank you everybody for getting in touch. I'm going to start with the latest comment from Harry Routh. Can't wait for Simon Routh to come. Absolutely. Simon back in the team today. He played in the warm-up game here against India. He's been suffering from some stomach ailments. One of the England wicket keepers. It's great to have him playing today. And well said, Harry. We wish Simon all the best. He's a really, really nice fella. You know, he's missed out due to illness. Steve Aston has been tremendous behind the stumps, but it's great to have Simon back playing today. Mohammed Shahid, best of luck, South Africa. Douglas goes for an expansive shot down the leg side, misses it completely, comes off his pad, fielded at backward square. Change of bowling at the hostel end. Barney de Klerk replaces Ismail Taladia, who bowled his 9 overs straight through. Bowled very well indeed. A couple of wickets for him. So de Klerk in again. Douglas whips that off his legs. Well fielded. Short mid on. And there's no run. Douglas looks to play that down the leg side again. Umpire single wide. And they trot through for a single. Anything short or wide, Monty Douglas is not going to shy away from it. He's going to take it on. Had a go at that delivery, missed it. So, Chris Dearden on strike. Here's de Klerk. In he comes. He bowls. Dearden just tickles that round the corner. Yes is the call. Fielded it backward square leg. Another single to the total. Douglas just rocks back, crashes that through the mid-wicket area for 4. He is a powerful, powerful man. Wasn't all that short from de Klerk. Monty spotted the length very, very quickly. Just swivel round. Nice roll of the wrist, and it raced away to the mid-wicket boundary for another 4. He moves on to 31 off 32 deliveries. Here's de Klerk in again then. Douglas, another expansive shot off his legs. Whip through. Fielder at long on. Trots round. Misfield, thinking of 2. No. Stay at 1. And that's the end of the over. So if you're just joining us, you're very, very welcome. Rash Mahmood here in the commentary area with Akash Vignesh. England 98 for 3 off 19 overs. If you're just joining us, Ed Gordon-Lennox and Tony Burbeck open the innings for England. And the first wicket to go was that of Gordon-Lennox, caught by Peter Ramin off the bowling of Ismail Taladia for 5. Trying to play it towards the backward point region. It's dollied in the air and quite a simple catch for Ramin. Tony Burbeck was playing quite well. He was out for 18, caught Trevor Poole off the bowling of Mark Tessendorf. Just trying to play it through the cover region. Poole had 2 goes at it, but held on. That's Burbeck out for 18 with 3 boundaries. And then Graham Shaw, who looked in good touch. He was bowled by Taladia, a ball that probably kept a bit low, may have got a bottom edge on it. He was out for 24 with 5 boundaries. England at that point 47 for 3 off 8.2 overs. And these two just past the 50 partnership. Been good batting by Monty Douglas, well supported by Chris Dearden, who... That's a lovely shot by Douglas. Long chase. And it's in vain. Another 4 to Douglas. Brings the 100 up for England. 102 for 3 in the 19th over. Good rebuilding by these two. I said Monty Douglas. Batting well. Here he is then. That's a cut shot. Fielder trots in. Another single to the total. 103 for 3. So Tessendorf in again. He bowls. Didn't. Oh, bit of bounce there. It's the third man where it's fielded. 104 for 3. Yeah, good 50 partnership between these two. I said recovering from 47 for 3. South Africa will have been delighted to get in and amongst the England top order. 3 wickets in the first 8 overs. But England have batted well since. Here's Tessendorf in, full toss to Douglas. He's not going to miss out on that. Plays it back down the ground. They go through for another single.
So yes guys, I am back in the com box with a brief break. Also, South African won't be happy, but my own colleague, England commentator, would be happy of this partnership, and especially Monty. Good effort at long off region. And I could able to see some good efforts from the fielders, especially this guy Paul George was just dived away towards mid wicket at 2 balls before, which he was being struck by Monty for a 4. He just given an excellent try, but just couldn't able to stop the ball. And Monty just showing some patience with number 7 on his back. Whenever a guy who's been having some number 7 on his back and he's been attacking, and also that's the single guy who's coming on to the mind. It's 106 for 3 after 20. Can we able to see some spinners from South Africa?
Yeah, I think right on cue, possibly. Akash. Looks like it from this end. Akil Cupido. Looks like he's coming on from the hostel end. Chris Dearden will be on strike. Dearden, 12 off 33 with 1 boundary. Watchful innings, but he's doing his job exceptionally well. Supporting Monty Douglas, trying to get him on strike as much as he can. Douglas, well, he's continuing on his way. 38 off 37 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Strike rate of 102.7. England will need him to stay there. Hopefully get to his 50 and then build on that. 20 gone, 106 for 3. I think England will still be looking to get to the 250 run mark. So, here's Cupido in for his first delivery of his spell. From the hostel end, Dearden on strike, he bowls. Dearden looking to work that away on the long side. Onside, hits the pads. Appeal from fielders. The umpire, Mr. Satish, not interested. And there's no run. Dearden, nice shot. Out towards long off, fielded there. They go through for a single. And there's 1 to the total, 107 for 3. Douglas just prods that back down the pitch. Capito does the fielding. There's no run. Douglas down the pitch, hits it powerfully. Well fielded there at long off. They trot through for a single. Another one to the total. 108 for 3. Dearden plays that out into the onside. Misfield by the man at short mid wicket. And they trot through for 2. Trevor Poole there with the misfield.
Trevor Poole's an ex-professional soccer player.
Yeah, before that I would like to welcome Mr. McLaren, who has just joined from South Africa team in our com box.
Morning everyone, I'm taking over for a little while. I'm the manager of the South African side, Brian McLean. Match is nicely poised at the moment. I think the score, where are we now with the score? What are we?
It's 114 for
So
3.
we won 4 for 3 after 21. So yes, I think we're pretty pleased with the situation at the moment. We've got 2 off spinners coming on. Although I see Mark Tessendorf is continuing, and he's in his 8th over. At the other end, in the last over, was Akil Kipudo, who's an off spinner.
So sir, we do have a confirmation of this match. I would like to ask a few questions from my side.
Yep.
Straight away saying down the paths, and also there should be a too. It
They're
is
running
excellent
through.
running between the batters as Monty and Chris. And my question just starts in a way like this. I just able to see some South African aggressions on TV. I saw that.
Yes.
Especially yes it is. Whenever there is an aggression, come on, I cannot write off Mr. Deinstein.
Yeah, we're a very competitive nation, and I think hopefully it shows in our cricket team. Aggressive is different to being arrogant. So I'd like to think that we just play the game hard on the field and enjoy ourselves off the field. And so far, as I said earlier, we're very pleased. Score right now, a couple of wickets could go either way, could turn this match around a little.
Early wickets, the ball starts to skid off a lot, and I could able to see Mr. Marcus giving a lot of effort, and I also he's been bowling at least 115 to 120 kilometers per hour right now. He's been good, pretty quick for me from this way, and especially that's what I talked, right? Aggression. I could able to see some South African doing some aggression, but right now their aggression was on top level in the first 10 overs. They do able to get rattled through the top order of England. But this is an excellent partnership from both the Englishmen at the moment who are in the crease. It's Monty and Chris. And from veterans, I would like to go to national side. So I just along with Mr. Rash, I just had a chat. Whenever shot here, it's coming
that's
to our
heading. That's heading our way.
and also Rash has just called Monty an eye, and he signaled an eye just from the shot. That's an excellent shot. And I would like to go from your South African national side. Whenever a word called South Africa, we could just get one word. Remember the man ABD. Your take on him?
Yeah, ABD is obviously a cult figure around the world. Personally, I don't know him, I've never met him. But yeah, outstanding batsman, wicket-keeper, I believe an outstanding golfer as well. So yeah, I mean, South Africa over the years has bred many competitive cricketers. But ABD as a popular figure is probably amongst the top 10 South Africa has produced. We have so many greats to choose from, then I think South Africa could choose 2 World 11s over the years that would probably be almost equally competitive with one another. ABD as a hero to probably this generation of cricketers, whereas past generations with our age were names like Graham Pollock, Michael Proctor, who passed away 2 weeks ago, unfortunately. A very special figure. In fact, he managed this side, and when we played in Malulabar in Australia 2 years ago, he was our manager in there, and it was just absolutely wonderful for us to have him, us 60-year-olds, to have him as our manager, because when we grew up, he was our hero. Him and Graham Pollock probably were the two greatest heroes of our generation. So we were very fortunate to have him as a manager, and I think everybody in all the teams at that World Cup will remember him because he greeted everyone. He knew everyone. I think he shook everyone's hands and probably got autographs from 90% of the people. So yeah, it was a wonderful opportunity, and just sad to see him pass. But on to happier things. We're here at the age of 60 playing cricket in a foreign country. Doesn't get much better than that. We're really humbled and fortunate to be in Chennai. It's quite, Chennai itself is a culture shock for anyone that hasn't been here. But
Yes, sir. Even I am here in my early 20s. Even I can't tolerate this humid and hot conditions. If I play at 50 overs, my whole energy will be running off, and especially after 50 overs in a traffic, I want to go to my home. That's it. It's done for the day.
Yeah.
And I know how it is going to be difficult for guys who have been over 60s. So it's always so good.
Yeah, fortunately we haven't had an injury yet in our squad. Peter Am on the first day tweaked his hamstring a little bit. But he's back. He missed out the next game and then has been back fully fit. And apart from that, we've had just about nothing. Just to get back to the score, total is now 125 for 3. Our spinner Akil is coming in, bowling the third ball of his second over.
Can we see some more variation in bowling? Akil has been an off spinner, right?
Yeah.
And can we see some more variations, because this Chennai pitch offers a lot of turn?
Yeah. So we've got Akil is our number 1 off spinner. We have Trevor Poole, who's number 77, doing the warm-ups there with the white sleeves on. Trevor's our second off spinner. Well, I say second off spinner. He took 5 for 38 in the first game, so that's
off spinner.
That's not a bad off spinner. Yeah. And Trevor, formerly a professional soccer player for Durban City, I believe.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, he's one of our fitter guys, and he's also one of our 2 vice captains. And in fact, if my memory serves me correctly, at the last World Cup in Malulabar, the one in 2022, Trevor won man of the tournament, player of the whole tournament. Yeah, so we were very proud to have him as back in our side again.
Hope so. I don't. That's just got the neck towards third, and I hope so. It's a boundary. Yes, it's signaled to be a boundary, and it's Chris who has got his third boundary. While we are talking about Chris, just start to shift his gears up. It's 128 for 3 at the moment in 23 overs for England. Excellent start from the bowlers, but right now they need somewhat wicket, right, to get back into the game. Otherwise, Monty, who's been playing tremendously well in the overall tournament, is having a tremendous average itself of over 100, and he does has 2 centuries to his name, consecutive months.
Yeah, I think Monty is the first time I can remember watching him play. Did he play in Australia? No, yeah, I don't remember him from Australia, but he's a really competent bat, and he's a solid guy. I'm not a rugby player. Well, when I did play rugby, I was pretty much a coward, but I'm glad I never played rugby against Monty. He's a big guy, and he, especially on the short ball, he really just gives it a solid clack. So these are overs that are going to, if you don't take wickets in this sun, it really hurts.
Yeah, it's been an up and down tournament for your boys, but as with all South African teams, they're never out of it. We've watched some of the highlights. You've battled right till the end. How would you assess your tournament so far?
It's obviously not what we wanted to have lost. 3 of our pool games so far. Particularly in the game against Zimbabwe. It was Zimbabwe were on top of us. They played better than us, but we disappointed ourselves a bit. We didn't bowl like we wanted to. We were almost going with the bat. We just didn't get there. So it was one of those games where things didn't click. And then without, having sour taste, we against the USA, we thought we had their number 3 who made 140. We thought he had him stone dead on about 20 or something, and so that sort of thing changed the match. Then Trevor Poole, who was our middle order batter, was set and then got caught one-handed at cover. So as we all know as cricketers, those little things can change games. So no bad memories of them. We just got beaten. And then against New Zealand, while we were 120 for 2 batting first, their 2 spinners, Andrew Nuttall and the other guy off spinner, I mean, they came on for 18 overs. They just squeezed us to death.
Yeah.
And so really New Zealand outplayed us, and then their 2 batters played, their 2 openers played what I think are probably the 2 best innings I've seen.
Is that Craig Gibbon, Kennedy?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I've played in the over 50, the first over 50s in Sydney, and I played in the first over 60s.
He's out.
And there we have a caught behind.
And also your bowler, Trevor Poole has got his first.
Trevor Poole, as I said, our backup off spinner, has taken a wicket in his first over.
Well, you'll be delighted that South Africa, his partnership was edging towards the 100 mark. Trevor Poole comes on, first delivery, Monty just bladed him down the ground. Second, just a little bit of a waft from Chris Dearden outside the off stump, well caught by the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Good breakthrough.
Good breakthrough, and for my friend Roy Misa, the keeper, it's nice to see him finally hold on to one.
He'll be delighted when he gets to hear the replay of that from the team manager.
Actually got well, sir. He just got it well. It was a quicker ball, just kidding off. And I hope so, even if he could able to get bat edge, it's still quicker on.
Yeah.
And it's a good catch from wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it was a good catch because he had a bit of a go at that.
So overall, the tournament, it's been tough. We've mentioned it on air, myself and Akash. This is the 3rd time we've been in the commentary booth together.
Yeah.
These gentlemen are of a certain age, but tremendous commitment and effort from every single team here.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, you take a team like the USA, who really, when you consider the US, we would consider them part-timers, and yeah, they are lying second in the log and deserving every part of that. So, cricket at this age group is no longer just a few nations. There are 12 nations out there now that literally anyone can beat anyone. I mean, England clearly is one of the better sides, but then so were Australia, and they got upset by...
They did. West Indies.
West Indies upset them on Friday, I think it was last week.
That's a fascinating group in Group B.
Yeah.
Australia sitting top at the moment with the West Indies in Sri Lanka just 1 point behind. Australia playing India today.
Yeah. Which should, in theoretically, be an Australian game, but who knows?
It should, but a defeat for Australia and victories for the West Indies and Sri Lanka will see them both
back to run
Australia.
rate. Yep.
And Australia will be out.
If Australia got defeated by today, and if they could able to, both the teams have won their respective matches. West Indies versus I hope so they are playing against the rest of the world, and Sri Lanka playing against Wales. I hope so. If they could able to win, they could qualify for the semis, putting Australia behind.
There's some very excited batting going on here by the new fellow.
Yeah, John Butterworth, number 3, JB.
And that's his boundary, I hope so. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
also, his fans are watching anywhere of the part of the world. They commented the last time around, and your guy has been batting out right now. Just came in, JB. Got his boundary of his second ball. It's going to be tough, sir. Always a tough tournament. Each and every games are important. Each and every runs for every match is also important, right?
Yeah, with us too, with our South African side against Canada. I mean, Canada had beaten, I think Canada beat the US.
They
if
did
I'm not
by
mistaken,
1 wicket.
They had.
Yeah.
I was in the com box when the match was being
and then, we played Canada and everything clicked, and we bowled them out for, I think about 100, 200 I think it was, and then we got it for 2 down in 26 overs. So yeah, every day is a different day at this age group, because bowling 9 overs in this heat day after day after day is taxing for the bowlers. Batters, one thing, but bowlers are it's really tough on the bowlers and the fielders.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you agree with this.
No, absolutely.
We have this 13th man rule, and to me to be quite honest. I think it's a bit complicated. I think if you choose 13, as long as you've got 11 on the field, that's all that needs to happen.
I completely agree.
Because at our age, sometimes some guys literally get exhausted and need to come off, whereas with the 13th man thing, there's ramifications about when you can bat and do all that sort of thing.
Yep.
My opinion, just really just have 11 on the field. As long as they are part of the 13, that's good enough.
Well, Monty Douglas went for an expansive shot, thick edge, went through the vacant slip area for 4. Unlucky for Akil Capito there. It's a genuine edge.
Yep.
But a good break through the last over from Trevor Poole, just what the South Africans will be wanting. Just a quick question. In England, the over 60s age group is the fastest growing participation in cricket. 3,500 registered players over 60. I think 38 of the 42 counties have got teams.
Is that so?
Just break off. Douglas rocks onto the back foot, just punches it out to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah,
goes through for a single.
Yeah. So your over 60s category is fast growing.
It is.
Yeah, I think South Africa. I stay on Vancouver Island in Canada, so I'm a bit removed from the South African League itself. But if I'm not mistaken, there are only 177 registered over 60s in South Africa. I might be wrong, but I think that's the figure. So obviously there's a vast difference in availability of players, partly funding, partly it's a very new sport in South Africa. Sport, over 40s now, over 50s, over 60s. There's talk of a World Cup next year of the over 70s.
Yes.
And it's quite startling. I mean, Canada have Krishna, who's turning 76 years old this year, and he's playing for Canada over 60s, and he's really still a force to be reckoned with as a medium pacer.
He certainly is.
Just to cut off there, John Butterworth really using his feet well against Akil. Clearly a man who's comfortable against spin.
Yeah, he's a good player of spin, is JB, John Butterworth, but the delivery before, genuinely beaten outside, moves his feet again. That's a nice shot down the ground. Just trot through for a single. Fielder works his way round from his off position. Kader Amian.
While we've been talking to you, we've missed Monty's 50. He got to 50 at the end of last over, I think it was.
Oh, that's good. I do like seeing that.
Nope.
I just thought a man cat would be possible out there.
I do like things like that.
England against man cat. A good sweep.
I don't know, did he get bat on that?
See,
Let's
we'll
wait
wait
for
for
it.
the umpires.
Yes,
It's 4
it
lines.
to be a wide.
Wide 4 bars. It's very unusual for a man Akil, normally a very tight off spinner. Must be pressure is being applied by both these batsmen.
So are you hoping that the exposure that this tournament has given to all the folks back home in South Africa is going to encourage more people who may have played cricket up into their late 40s, early 50s and hung up the spikes to think, do you know what, there's still an avenue for me, there's still a pathway for me to play?
Yeah, I think certainly, because the first South Africa over 60s was really started in 2022 when we went to Australia. So I would hazard a guess to say that there were no registered over 60s at that stage. So we're 177 after 2 years, and certainly that is going to grow. I mean, especially now that guys are coming from playing in the over 40s, which is going to keep them going in their 40s to the 50s to the 60s. I think there'll be a lot of natural progression, whereas most of us, when we went to the first over 50s in Sydney, there were a lot of us that hadn't played cricket for 25 years. And our cricket career, or our cricket as our beloved sport, had long gone. I mean, I was never going to play another cricket match in my life at that stage. And it got us back, all of us back into it, and we've all progressed now into the over 60s. And I guess, if we can stay healthy, maybe into the over 70s in another 6 years' time, or whenever it is.
Definitely, sir, and I just like to add a point to this. You guys are too healthy, And I'm sorry, actually this tournament is not looking like an over 60s tournament. And myself and Mr. Rash will be in the com box, as he said, for the third match this one. And we talked about this earlier. It's looking like an under 23 match or under 19 match. That's how the energy is looking out. Even now, right now, we could able to see Mr. George. Paul George.
Paul, yes.
Yeah, Paul just dived a ball which has been he just tried to save a boundary which has been hit by Monty a few overs ago. That's an excellent try, but just the ball hitting the cushions. And whenever we hear the word fielding, we could just hear a guy, right? Jonty Rhodes. Excellent shot.
Oh, good fielding.
Again, this is what I'm talking about. Good fielding effort. And actually, what the word fielding has been given by South Africans, right? Especially Jonty Rhodes, A.B. de Villiers, Faf du Plessis, a lot more name. Aiden Markram even, who was got an excellent catch in the SA20 League, which is just recently concluded.
Yeah, I think South Africa has always produced fantastic fielders. Once again, our generation, we had somebody called Colin Bland, who was about, I guess he would have been around about 80 years old now, and he was considered at the time to be the world's greatest fielder.
Absolutely was.
And apparently could throw down one stump, 9 times out of 10, which is quite remarkable. So, yeah, I think whereas fielding was seen as a bit of a thing to be dreaded when we were playing. I mean, your fast bowlers sat it long on and third man all day or fine leg. Whereas now there's barely an incompetent fielder on the field. I mean, it's as important as batting and bowling.
Ooh. Well, Butterworth advancing down the pitch. Trevor Poole saw him coming.
First time in the tournament, I could able to see a spinners just troubling England batters, sir.
Is that, you would say it's the first time that you've seen the English batters troubled?
Troubling against spinners, yes.
Yeah.
They use their feet so well. But both the spinners, as you said, they are bowling so stump to stump line and just attacking so well.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know what the wicket's like now, if it's taking any turn or not, but certainly there were some decent cracks on there, so you might get the odd one to misbehave if bowled in the right area.
Yeah, its pitch certainly offered assistance to your opening pair. Slightly damp. It was watered prior to the commencement of the game. There was certainly a bit of lateral movement. Just break off. Torpedoes in again. Douglas just turns it round the corner, trots through for a single. Yeah, there was certainly some assistance. We have the benefit here of being able to see the live feed as well as looking out, but we have the replays. Certainly some lateral movement off the scene and a bit off the air.
Yeah.
I think as the sun's come out and the moisture is starting to go, it's playing a bit better. But here's Capito in again. Butterworth looks to play a cut shot. The ball kept a bit low. Well taken by the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, the age groups you were talking about, the over 40s World Cup currently taking place in Cape Town.
Yeah.
I'll just break off. Capito in again. Butterworth.
I just want to add some points, sir. Can we able to see international players who have represented a country for like Jonty Rhodes or someone who's aging above 40, and can we able to see them again in the field?
You would think there would be an automatic progression from the ex-players, but I think a lot of them, by the time they reach the age of mid-30s or to 40, they've literally played so much cricket, they're actually played out. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of them not playing in the over 40s, but then maybe when they get to 50, they get the
chance to
desire again to come back and play. Even if you take the over 40s now, there aren't many huge names, but there are a lot of guys there that have continued to play club cricket, that were competent players in their time, whether it be in league or maybe provincial B teams and things like that. So the strength is there, but I think professionals, you're probably not going to see many names for a while.
So we need to wait to see again A.B. de Villiers on field, right? A.B. de Villiers.
Yeah.
Faf du Plessis has been playing in IPL, I know, but A.B. de Villiers has been just off in the cricket field for now.
Yeah, it's like we had last year, or in Mooloolaba in Australia, we had Peter Kirsten was due to be playing for us, and maybe not your generation, but certainly our generation, one of the great players. And we had visa problems, and in the end couldn't make it. So, and then we also had in our squad at that time, we had Omar Henry, who was, played for South Africa in certainly the ODI format. and he was a wonderful inspiration to us as well, because he bowled his 9 overs, and I think 5 matches he played, he bowled 9 overs, and we were saying we could only really remember 5 loose balls in 9 overs, well, 45 overs that he bowled. So just to move on there, beautiful off drive was that in the end, off drive by
It was
Tom
Brad Bing
Butterworth.
down there, fielding, good bit of fielding, hit very powerfully by Monty Douglas. Here's Trevor Poole in again from the pavilion end. Butterworth comes forward in appeal for LBW.
Yes, sir, this is Mr. McLean said. This is what I'm talking about. England batters are using their feet, which is so rare to see even in international cricket, which is being played right now. Normally, we don't see much more England players using their feet, but these guys are using their feet. That's what I talked about. They're playing spinners so well, but your 2 spinners are just making them trouble. Even though they are using their feet, they couldn't able to connect it properly.
Yeah, Trevor Poole, he's varied his flight and he's varied his speed. I think John Butts was trying to impose his will on him, but Trevor Poole is bowling well. In he comes again from the pavilion end. John Butterworth on strike. It's a flatty delivery, and that's another appeal, and that's out this time.
Out. It's given him LBW.
A bit early, just try to play a bit early, sir. Rashid sir, your take?
Well, Butterworth, the previous delivery, scampered down the pitch. Trevor Poole saw him coming. This time it was a quicker delivery, slightly flatter. Butterworth looking to extend that front pad, did so, but we'll have a look at the replay and see. It's hard for us to tell from our commentary position, which is at the deep square leg boundary, but good bowling by Trevor Poole.
Yeah, I might have to retract my earlier statement. So I'm going to call Akil our backup spinner for now, and Trevor Poole our main spinner. Yeah, he's done really well. That was definitely flatter, slightly quicker, and while he was quite a way down from mid-wicket, the umpires had several appeals against him, and he's turned them down correctly, so I would think it must have been pretty straight.
Yeah, umpire Srivasan, no hesitation, finger went up, England lose another wicket. Good little spell this for South Africa.
Yeah, well, that's probably 2 wickets in the last 20 runs.
I'm going to send you back out here. And so you were talking about this, of course, wait a minute.
The bowler, Trevor Poole.
Yeah, Trevor Poole, you said that this guy is actually a part-timer. He doesn't seem to be.
No, I've changed my statement. Yeah.
He's bowling so good, right?
Yeah, I think he took 5 for 38 against Zimbabwe in the first game.
Well, that brings number 12 out to the crease. Nick Newman, very popular member of the England squad. England won 48 for 5. Nicely balanced contest this. South Africa took 3 early wickets, had England 40 odd for 3. And a half-century partnership between Monty Douglas and Chris Dearden. But South Africa fought back well. 148 for 5. The introduction of Trevor Poole certainly changed the dynamics of the game.
Yeah.
Nick Newman, well,
what
he's
sort
a
of
good
player
batter.
is Nick?
He will look to rotate the strike as much as he can.
Okay.
Always thinking, he'll be looking at the field, surveying it. He will try to push the singles, try to give Monty Douglas as much strike as he can. Here's Poole in again.
So
Newman,
what's your
straight off the mark.
What's
Flat
your
bats
talk,
it.
sir? Sorry, Rashid sir. What's your talk? What's your talk actually? When you guys have won the toss, you choose to field. You definitely saw the pitch, right? And what's your actually the team talk is like your bowling target? It would be.
Yeah, I think it was as simple as that. Our energy levels are better in the morning, and with this heat, we'd rather get bowling out the way. It's as simple as that. And obviously the wicket looked like it might do something. So
For spinners or for seamers?
I think pretty much for everyone, because with a crack, if you're a seamer or a spinner, it doesn't matter. It's still going to take off if it hits that.
Okay.
But overall, I would say our energy levels are better in the morning, and so that's why we decided to do that. It's really difficult to field second. It really is.
Yes. That's what I mentioned in the earliest part too. I am in the earlier of my 20s, and even I can't play a 50 overs match. It's always been so tired. 50 overs fielding and 50 overs batting. It's going to be so tough, I know.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, one more question, and like you guys actually in South Africa, especially in Cape Town, I just read an article. I know you guys have been practicing in a very fast wickets, as well as in recent times in Cape Town there are a lot of cracks, right? This is really helping for spinners. Especially I saw this news when SA T20 League, where some matches have been a bit low score, And the reason for that is it's been a typical Indian pitches. It's been skidding out a bit. It's been a bit low bounce. The ball has been turning a bit. So you guys have been practiced for these types of pitches in the South Africa, or?
Yeah, I think generally a South African track is a batting track, although we've had a couple at Newlands, I think, over the last few years that have been the opposite. And then the Highveld.
Oh, that's a great shot by Newman.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Well, he's just rocked back, short from Capito. Newman onto it like a flash,
Yes.
over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Into the shrubs. Yeah.
Yes, Rashad, I just want to take your point. Your prediction is again gone wrong. You said he's going to rotate the strike, and he said, okay, we'll take him on.
Yeah, commentator's curse. I'm now 2 down in our competition, but it was a lovely shot. Short from Capito. It's a shame because he's bowled excellently.
Yeah, I think the politest thing to call that is a long hop. One of those things. But yeah, getting back to the pitches, the Highveld, as you know, so the Wanderers would be the ground and Centurion Park would be the ground. I mean, those wickets can generally be green if they want them to be green. But overall, batting tracks are decent. But the pitches here have been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have been good.
It's time for the creators who have been doing
again.
good work.
Yeah, that's a really fine shot by Nick Newman. Just pitched up from a keel, and he just really hit him one bounce back over his head. Fielded long on, fielded long off. Split the two of them. They didn't have to move. It's a good shot.
Yeah, lovely timing by Nick Newman. As I said, he's a good player. He normally he's quite circumspect in his innings.
Your commentator's curses.
Correct.
Is on target.
Flatter that time. And quicker. Newman tries to play it down the outside, misses it completely. Ball runs away towards the vacant gully area, and a bye single by the umpire, Mr. Satish.
So just a general question, sir. How's Chennai?
Well, Chennai, as I said earlier, is a culture shock. I mean, I've been to quite a few places in my life before, and I don't think anything can prepare you for the sheer volume of people and traffic. But we're staying in our hotel. It's perfectly nice. We found a local restaurant about 500 meters up the road, and we've eaten many fantastic meals there. Oh, okay. Monty opens his shoulders a bit, knocks it over a wide cover, and fielded it long off by Kader. But I mean, Chennai is unlike anything I've ever been to before.
How's people's coordination?
The people are fantastic. I mean, it's quite humbling to come from a first world to what is essentially a third world city, and the way that people conduct themselves and the way we've just had nothing but superb treatment from being a waiter in a restaurant or a server in a store, or people at the hotel have been absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I think you can be very proud to be called I don't know, what do you call yourself who live in Chennai? Do you have a special name for yourselves? Like
Chennai.
Yeah.
Apologies, that's Akash's phone going off. One of his many fans from around the world, probably trying to get in touch with him.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's also a Chennai ringtone.
But yeah, overall,
Chennai mates, that's it.
Chennai
mates.
Chennai mates.
Chennaians.
Chennaians. So yeah, we're proud to have been in Chennai with Chennaians. As I say, everyone's been 100%. We haven't had a negative dealing with anyone, and you guys are the same.
Absolutely, yeah. I echo that completely. It's been first class from every single person we've had interaction with, from the staff of the hotel to everybody in the restaurants, and just the general people out and about who see us walking around with our national colours on.
Yeah.
Here's Trevor Poole again from the pavilion end. Newman just rocks back. It's a nice looking shot into the offside. Trots through for a single.
Yeah, it's also in Chennai, it's pretty good for the ego, because we've signed autographs, we've had our photos taken, we've been treated like minor celebrities. So it's ridiculously humbling to have that happen to you. Yeah.
Yeah, in India actually, especially in this parts of the world, they just worship cricket like a god.
Yeah.
So I also, whenever you say you are a cricketer, they are just going to ask, oh, you are a cricketer, just I want an autograph. Like that,
Yeah.
just been
Oh,
a bit of rusty from Monty.
yeah, Monty had a little dance down the track there and looks like he might have padded it down to, maybe he got an edge down to third man. No, it looks he must have got an edge of sorts. I see the umpire's not signaling the leg by. But yeah, I think it's clear that these two batsmen are trying to get on with it now.
Yeah.
There's an indication that they're going to have a go. Oh, and there's a...
Well, Nick Newman, just echoing what you said, looking to get on with it, trying to play a forceful shot. It appeared his foot slipped. In the last minute, he had to adjust his shot, paddled it round the corner.
And he
there's
has
no run.
14 off 8 balls, so he's clearly here to get going.
Here's Poole in again. Bowles, flighted delivery this time. Newman, nice shot in the vacant mid-wicket area. Nicely timed, used his feet well.
Yeah.
Wasn't a bad delivery, but dispatched very nicely from Nick Newman for another 4.
Yeah, so there we are now at 166 for 5, and without my glasses, I think this is the last ball of the 30th over. So we have a drinks break, so I need to get out to that drinks break quickly.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
guys.
joining us, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an absolute
Yeah,
pleasure
we'll talk
talking to
later.
you. The South African team manager makes his way. That's the end of the over. 30 overs gone. England 170 for 5. Drinks to be taken here. Both sets of players. So as drinks are taken here, it's an even contest. England will be looking to post a score 250 plus. South Africa making the early breakthroughs. Had England at 47 for 3. Then a very good partnership between Chris Dearden and Monty Douglas. Got England up to 129 for 4. And then 148 for 5 with the dismissal of John Butterworth, given out, LBW. And it's been good bowling. Trevor Poole, you heard the South African team manager. So he was the reserve off spinner. He's revised that opinion. He's bowled well from the pavilion end. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Akil Capito, operating from the hostel end. Well, he's a bit more expensive, but he's been tremendously unlucky. He's beaten the outside edges about numerous times. Currently 5 overs, no maiden, 0 for 37. Well, the innings started with Ismail Taladia operating from the hostel end. Bowled 9 overs straight through. Good figures actually, good return. Bowled very, very well. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45. Irshad Haq, 3 overs from the pavilion end, 0 for 26. And Mark Tessendorf also operated from the pavilion end. He's got 1 over remaining. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. From the England batters' point of view, Tony Burbeck, 18, caught Trevor Poole, bowled Mark Tessendorf. Ed Gordon-Lennox caught Peter Am, bowled Ismail Taladia for 5. Graham Shaw out for 24, bowled by Taladia. Monty Douglas is there. He's not out on 58 of 59 deliveries with 9 boundaries. Chris Dearden, well, he was caught by Rory Messer off the bowling of Trevor Poole for a very well made 24. John Butterworth, LBW to Trevor Poole for 6. And Nick Newman, well, he's come out to join Monty Douglas, shown his intent straight away. He's 18 off just 10 deliveries, 2 4s and a monster 6 over deep mid-wicket. So drinks have been taken. It's going to be Capito to continue from the hostel end. Monty Douglas on strike. England 170 for 5. Here's Capito. He's in. Douglas just turns that into the onside. Scampers through for a single. He moves on to 59. England 171 for 5. So, Newman on strike. Chops that away to the extra cover boundary. Ismail Tiladia does the fielding. One more to the total. 172 for 5. Capito was outside the off stump. No shot offered by Monty Douglas. Bit more flight that time for Capito. Disrespected by Douglas, just plays it back to the bowler. Douglas down the track this time. Powerful shot. Hits the stumps at the far end. No touch by the bowler. If there had been, I think Nick Newman would have been in trouble. Unfortunate for Monty Douglas. Struck it powerfully. Used his feet nicely. So, Capito to finish his over. In he comes. He bowls. Douglas whips that away. That's a tremendous shot. Wasn't a bad delivery. Capito stands there. Double teapot. Wasn't a bad delivery at all, but Douglas, very powerful. Anything middle and leg. Whipped it away through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4. He moves on to 63 for his 10th boundary of his innings. England 176 for 5 after 31. 14 more overs to go. Douglas, well set. As I've said before in previous commentaries, he can destroy any attack if he's in the right frame of mind. England, well, they'll certainly be looking to go past 250. If they're anywhere past 200, with 10 overs to go, then I would think the England batting that has been during this tournament, they will give it a good go. Here's Trevor then, continuing from the pavilion end. Nick Newman on strike. In he comes. Newman rocks back. Tries to play cut shot. Misses it. Well taken by the keeper. And there's no run. Good bowling again by Trevor Poole. It's been a good spell from this pavilion end. He already has a couple of wickets. In he comes again. He bowls. Newman just watches that outside the off stump. Offers no shot. And there's no run. Newman rocks back, plays it out to deep point as it's fielded. Good throw comes in. 177 for 5. Newman on to 20. So Monty Douglas facing Poole. Poole's in. He bowls. Douglas prods forward. Edged. Fielded in the gully region, and there's no run. Oh, bounce from Trevor Poole. Well, that's run away for 4 byes. Yeah, surprised Monty Douglas that. Ball reared up off a length. Douglas played a genuine attempt to play it. Missed his bat. Wicketkeeper missed it as well. Ran away. for 4. England 181 for 5. Oh, there's a mix-up here. Well, Douglas played it out into the offside, misfield on the deep cover boundary. Certainly a chance of a 2. Douglas was halfway down the pitch, as was Newman. Sent back by his partner. Fortunately, the throw wasn't good enough to the bowler's end. That's the end of the over. England 182 for 5. 32 overs gone. Monty Douglas not out, 68. Been well supported by Nick Newman. 20 not out. But it was another good over from Trevor Poole. Particularly that ball that reared up off a length. Took everybody here by surprise. And it's going to be Akil Capito to continue from the hostel end. Monty Douglas on strike. In he comes. Bows. Douglas rocks back. Plays that to deep square leg. Fielders there. They go through for a single. Oh, that's unlucky. Full-blooded punch through the offside from Nick Newman. And the fielder, Ershak there, running around from his position at long off. Valiant attempt to stop the ball, but couldn't prevent the boundary. Another boundary to Nick Newman. He moves on to 24. England 187 for 5. Newman rocks back again, plays that into the point region. Fielded this time by Trevor Poole. There's no run. Quicker from Capito. Newman just opens the face of the bat. There's a fielder there. Backward point. So here comes Capito then, and again Newman again rocks back, chops it, mistimes it that time, just rolls out to Barney de Klerk, wide mid off. This time better contact by Newman. Ismail Taladia stationed in front of us, the deep cover boundary. And the batsman cross over for a single. 33 overs gone here at the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground. England 188 for 5.
For me.
So Trevor Poole continuing from the pavilion end. His first delivery chopped away with backward point by Nick Newman. Goes through for a single. 189 for 5. So here's Poole in again. Monty Douglas on strike. Comes down the pitch, powerfully hit. Just the one though. Good fielding down there. used his feet well, Monty Douglas. He moves on to 70. So here's Poole. Fly to delivery. Newman, oh, he's got all of that. That's a tremendous shot. Yeah, fly to delivery by Trevor Poole there. Just held it back a bit. Nick Newman saw it all the way. Nicely played over square leg for 4. Well, Newman isn't hanging about. 30 off 21 deliveries with 4 4s and a 1-6. England 194 for 5. So Poole in again. Newman rocks back, plays it powerfully through the offside, beating the man at short cover. Well fielded out there in the deep. 195 for 5. Newman moves on to 31. Trevor Poole. Continuing, in he comes. Douglas rocks back. It's a good looking shot. Cut away into the deep. South Africa fielder trots round. That's the end of the 34th over. England 196 for 5. These two going well. Came together with the dismissal of John Butterworth when England were 148 for 5. So 2 more needed for the 50 partnership. And it's coming double quick time. John Butterworth was out in the middle of the 27th over. The 34 overs bowled here, so they're not hanging about, these two. Real intent shown by Nick Newman. And Monty Douglas, well, he's just continuing his fabulous run of form. As Akash said, back-to-back centuries. Sat out the game the other day against the United States, but he looks in fine touch. So, Capito continuing from the hostel end bowls. Douglas is that really powerfully back to the bowler, and there's no run. Douglas just opens the face of the bat, looking to run it down towards the third man area, but there's a man stationed there. Rudy Birkenstock, short third man, does the fielding, and there's no run. Quicker delivery from Capito. Douglas onto it, plays it forcibly down towards long on, where it is fielded. Comes through for a single. 197 for 5. Newman, full toss, hammers that. That's a good bit of fielding out there in the deep. Well, it was. Fielder got his hand to it, but then unfortunately managed to kick it over the boundary. Unlucky, but that's the 50 partnership for these two. Another boundary to Nick Newman, and brings the 200 up for England. So, they've reached the 200 mark, just around 10 overs to go. Good platform for them to attack. Here's Capito in again. Newman back, just plays it back down the ground. Wants a run. Douglas, big left paw, stop sign, halts Newman in his tracks, and there's no run. That's powerfully hit down the ground again by Nick Newman. Fielded this time at long on. And that's the end of the 34th over. England going well. 50 partnership between these two. Been a really good effort. You know, South Africa took the 2 wickets in the middle order to leave England 129 for 4 and then 148 for 5. But Nick Newman's come out to join the well set Monty Douglas, and he showed real intent. He's 36 off 25 deliveries, 5 4s and a 6. Douglas, he's not out. 72 off 74 balls with 11 fours. England 202 for 5 after 35. Last 10 overs for him. I would have thought the 250 is well within their reach. If these two are still there, with a few overs to go, you could be looking in excess of 280. Let's see what Trevor Poole says about that in his pavilion end. Bowls. Nick Newman, well, he just rocks back. Absolutely smashes it out through the wide mid-on area. Another boundary for Nick Newman. England 206 for 5. That was a really good shot. Wasn't that short. But Newman, oh, he is batting well. How does Poole respond? He's in again. Newman, oh, goes for the expansive shot again. Didn't look to get very high. Yeah, that took everybody by surprise, that, including the batter. Poole, in he comes. He bowls. Newman just plays that offside. Should be 2. No, fielder runs round. Good bit of fielding there to stop the 2. Another one to Nick Newman. He moves on to 41. England 207 for 5. Quicker delivery by Trevor Poole. Douglas just plays it down the ground. Trots through for a single. 208 for 5. Newman just plays it back. Yes is the shout. Douglas again. It's that big hand up. Oh, possible overthrows. Bit lax there from the South Africans. But there's no run. Newman just rocks back, punches that down the ground. Oh, misfielded there by Brad Bing at long off. Wasn't hit very powerfully. Bing tried to use his feet, unfortunately got it all wrong. So another boundary for Nick Newman. He moves on to 45 with 7 fours and a 6. Monty Douglas is still there. 73 not out of 75 deliveries. England 212 for 5. 36 overs gone. Well, at this rate, England are going to be looking to get, if not 300, then very close to it. They have scored well in this tournament. Just reiterate, the only undefeated team in the tournament. They sit atop Group A, booked their semi-final spot before the commencement of this match. And they do bat deep. Excellent batting lineup. And these two, well, South Africa would have been happy having England 5 down for 140 odd. Just started to get away from them a bit. Need to bring back some control. And it's Akil Capito to continue from the hostile end to Monty Douglas. In he comes, he bowls. Douglas rocks back. Ball down the leg side. Signalled a wide by the umpire. Mr. Satish. Better delivery from Capito there. Drift. Douglas watches it outside the off stump and there's no run. Flighted. Douglas just plays it back down the pitch. Good bowling. making the batsman play. Douglas uses his feet down the ground. Ambles through for a single. Another one onto the total. Capito none for 57. Midway through his 8th over. Last 3 deliveries from him. He bowls. Newman. Oh, went for that. Thick edge. And that races away. Another 4 to the total. Bit fortunate that from Nick Newman. He moves on to 49. But it's been an excellent innings from him. Setting up England for what is potentially quite a big target. 218 for 5. Capito. In he comes. Bowls. Newman. Rocks back. Plays that out into the offside. And there's no run. Urshak with the fielding. Newman looking to play that through the vacant gully area. The fielder trots round. There's no run. 37 overs gone. England 218 for 5. Monty Douglas not out 74. And Nick Newman has batted tremendously since he's come in. 49 not out of just 33 deliveries. South Africa, well, they need to break this partnership. Dangerous one for them. Set batters. Monty Douglas. Told you how destructive he can be. But Nick Newman, well, fabulous knock from him so far. 49 off 33 deliveries. 8 fours and a 6. South Africa, well, they need to find something. Otherwise they're going to be chasing a very big total. Let's see what Trevor Poole can do. He's in from the pavilion end. Douglas rocks back beautifully, plays that to backward point. There's a fielder down there. So for another single, 219 for 5. So, Newman, one away from a half century. Here's Poole. Newman. Oh, that's a great shot. Straight down the ground. Well, that's 4. And an excellent innings from Nick Newman. Well battered. 53 not out. 34 deliveries. Brings up his 9th boundary. A 6 in there as well. Excellent batting from Nick Newman. So, Poole continuing in again. Short. That's in the air. Mistimed by Newman. Oh, Poole. Unlucky. Well, it was a shorter delivery from Trevor Poole. Nick Newman mistimed it completely. It ballooned up into the air towards the cover region. No fielder out there. Trevor Poole, fantastic effort to get there. Got his hands to it and just dropped it. Great effort though. Apologies, I just had JB, John Butterworth, asked me if I want to brew, so I've obligingly said yes. That's outside the off stump.
I'd like to see that decision from
Yes, JB, just asking me if he thought the ball was hitting. Here's Poole in again then. Newman. Cuts.
Coffee. Tea. If they have any.
So, the end of the 38th over. England 223 for 5. Monty Douglas 75 not out. Nick Newman brought up his 50 with a delightful shot straight down the ground. He's 53 not out of 38 deliveries. 7 overs to go. England will be looking to get at least another 50, maybe 60 runs at least. Up towards 280, if not towards the 300. Be interesting to see how they play it. These two largely untroubled, apart from the chance that Nick Newman gave in the last over from Trevor Poole. Ballooned into the air. Good effort from Trevor, but unfortunately no reward for his efforts, and a change at the hostel end, replacing Akil Capito is Urshak. In he comes, he bowls. Douglas just plays that out into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. Urshak, 3 previous overs from the pavilion end, none for 26. In he comes again then. Douglas just watches it, chucks it down the leg side, and that's gone for 4. Nice little shot by Douglas, minimum amount of effort, just saw the ball on its length, just turned his wrist, and the ball raced away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Hack in again. Douglas powerfully this time. Oh, that's misfielded. That's 4. That's misfielded by the man at mid-wicket. Was hit very, very powerfully by Monty Douglas. Another boundary for him. There are not many safe places on a cricket field when Monty Douglas has got his eye in, folks. He does hit the ball tremendously hard. I hope that you're watching the stream wherever you may be and feel the full effects of that. Here's Hack in again. That's flighted. Douglas crunched again down the ground. Just the one this time though. Well, South Africa have got to find a way to somehow stem the tide of runs here. Here's Hack in again. Newman facing. He bowls. That's a good shot by Nick Newman down the ground. Down towards long on where it's fielded. England and another single to the total. More flights on that one. Douglas looking to play it down the leg side. I think it took the pad. Long chase for the South African fielder. And through for 3. That's the end of the 38th over. Douglas must have got a bottom edge on that. Runs by the umpire. 236 for 5. Douglas moves on to 87 not out. Nick Newman 54 not out. 6 overs to go. And as I said, South Africa really need to make a breakthrough here. These England pair set, striking the ball well. 5 wickets remaining and good batting depth for England. It's a good platform for these two to really attack. So Trevor Poole is going to finish out from the pavilion end. He bowls. Douglas rocks back powerfully. Doesn't bother running as that goes flying through the mid-wicket area for another 4. He moves on to 91. England 240 for 5. Another 8 runs for the 100 partnership between these two, and it's coming double quick time. So here's Poole again. In he comes from the pavilion end. Douglas just rocks back, plays that powerful cut shot, but there is a man stationed out there. Go through for a single. 241 for 5. Nick Newman now on strike. 54 off 39 with 9 fours and a 6. Here's Poole. In he comes. Newman rocks back, plays that to the deep cover area. The fielder is out there. Another single to the total. England 242 for 5. Douglas just turns that to the leg side. Hack does the fielding at square leg. Can't prevent the single. 243 for 5. Powerfully hit by Newman there. Good bit of fielding. Newman was looking for 2. Monty Douglas was having absolutely none of it. That's a good ball by Trevor Poole. But that's the end of the end of Trevor Poole's spell. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 54. 5 overs to go here at the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground. England 244 for 5. Monty Douglas 93 not out. Nick Newman 56 not out. Another 4 runs required for these two to have the century partnership. And as I said a couple of overs ago, it's come in very, very good time. Urshak to continue from the hostel end. Nick Newman on strike. Field spread far and wide. So in comes Hack. He bowls. That's short. Newman clubs that down the ground, but there is a fielder down there. Straight to the man at long on. Just a single. 245 for 5. There's some delay in proceedings. I can't quite see from my commentary position what the issue is. Umpire Satish. Gesticulating. From my commentary position, folks, we are in a tented area. Whatever the umpire was worried about is to the left of me, and I can't see because there's a drape up. So all set to continue. It's Hack in again to Douglas. He bowls that short. Douglas, oh goodness me, he hit that hard. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding at long on. Douglas absolutely crunched that. Good bit of fielding. Just a single. Swing and a miss from Newman. Down on one knee. Looking to hit it through the vacant mid-wicket area. Newman back, punched into the cover region, fielded by Akio Capido, and there's no run. Oh, well, Newman was looking to play that on the offside, inside edge, long chase for the fielder, and they'll come back for 2. So as always, we would like your comments. If you're over to go, what do you think England will end with? Wherever you're watching the stream, thank you. We really do appreciate you taking the time and effort to watch this stream. Here's Hack again. Into Newman. Oh, it's a full toss. Newman clubs it down the ground, but there is a fielder there at long on. Slight misfield, but England pair not interested in a second run. That's the end of the over. 41 overs gone. That's the 100 partnership between Monty Douglas and Nick Newman. Very well battered, the pair of them. England 249 for 5. Monty Douglas not out on 94. Nick Newman not out on 60. And there's going to be a change at the pavilion end. Trevor Poole, having bowled his allotted 9 overs. Mark Tessendorf returning. He's got 1 over to bowl. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. So what can England get up to? 249 for 5 as it stands. 4 overs to go. These 2 batsmen well set. England, they'll be looking to get towards 280 is a bare minimum, I would have thought. Can they get there? And can South Africa prevent them from getting there? We shall see. Changes in the field. Brad Bing, correction. Paul Gouge, who's into position just to the right of the square leg umpire, slightly backward of square. Trevor Poole just having a word with Mark Tessendorf. Nick Newman waits. So it seems everybody's ready again. Here's Tessendorf then, in from the pavilion end. He bowls. Newman, oh, what a shot that is. Goodness me, that's 6. Well, it was a minimum of effort. What an absolutely delightful shot from Nick Newman. That has gone a long way. Beautifully timed. 6 over wide mid-on. Not the start Tessendorf would have wanted. Exactly what England were needing and requiring. 255 for 5 now. Newman's second 6 of the innings takes him on to 66 not out. Here's Tessendorf again. He bowls. Newman, and that's another expansive shot. There's a man stationed out there. Hit in the air by Newman. Perfectly safe. Trots through for another single. 256 for 5. He moves on to 67. So Douglas is facing 94 not out. Just plays that back. There's no run. Douglas plays that in the air towards deep extra cover. Fielded. Another single to the total, 257 for 5. Douglas moves on to 95 not out. Newman rocks back. He's that powerfully into the covers again. Same fielder does the fielding, keeps it just down to the 1. 258 for 5. Newman moves on to 68, not out. Here's Tessendorf then. In again. Douglas, expansive shot down the ground. Ismail Taladia does the fielding. 259 for 5. And that's the end of the 42nd over. England going well. Monty Douglas looking for his 3rd century on the trot. He's 96 not out. Being ably supported by Nick Newman, who's there on 68 not out. Been a good partnership between these two. Came together when the score was 148 for 5 in the 27th over. So they've gone at a good clip. I can only recall the one chance Nick Newman gave a couple of overs ago. Missed time in a pull shot, and Trevor Poole attempting to catch it, missed it. Here's Hack then. From the hostel end. Just pushed by Monty Douglas. Hack tried to do the fielding but couldn't get around quick enough. Another single to the total. Monty Douglas. Another run nearer his century. 260 for 5. Here's Hack from the hostel end. He bowls. Newman. Well, he has clubbed that, and that's the only way I can describe it. Just rocked back and has clubbed that over wide mid-wicket for 4. 264 for 5 England. Newman moves on to 72. Here's Hack again then. Newman. Oh, that's another expansive shot. Oh, it's another 4. Well, this is tremendous batting from Nick Newman. He's been at it right from the start. I mentioned when he came in, he's normally quite a circumspect player. Looks to nudge the 1s and 2s and give the strike to the batsman who's set. Proved me wrong right from the off. He's played shots all over the ground. 11th 4 for him. He's had 2 big 6s as well. He sits on 76 not out from just 51 deliveries. England 268 for 5. Can they get up past 280? There's changes in the field being made. Here's Hack then. In again. Bowls Newman. That's a big swing. That's going a long way. Do not bother running for that. That's another 6 for Nick Newman. England move on to 274 for 5. Newman's 3rd 6 of the innings. Goodness me, he timed that well. Well, 2 overs to go after this. Newman on 82. Will he be looking to get to 3 figures? He's batted superbly. Absolutely superbly. This partnership now 126 between Nick Newman and Monty Douglas. Here's Hack then. In he comes. Newman, big swing again. That's gone straight down the ground. I think that's gone for another 6. It certainly has. Beautiful shot. Beautiful timing by Nick Newman. Well, he moves on to 88. His 4th 6. Back-to-back 6s from Nick Newman. Certainly looks like he's going for his century. 280 for 5 England now. Here's Hack again. And Newman goes for it again. My goodness me, he's clubbed that. That's gone way over the mid-wicket boundary for his 3rd consecutive 6. Oh, Nick Newman, behave yourself. Goodness me. Well, 3 consecutive sixes to end the over from Hack. 5 in total for Nick Newman. He races on to 94 not out from just 54 deliveries. There's been 11 boundaries to go with those 5 sixes. Monty Douglas is 97 not out. England 286 for 5. 2 overs to go. They'll be looking to pass 300. Poor old Ish Hack got the treatment in that over, didn't he? 3 wonderful shots though, and that's made a mess of his figures. He's now 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 71, but there were 3 shots of extraordinary quality and timing, particularly the final one. Beautiful clean strike over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Putting on a show is Nick Newman. And I mentioned the strength in depth of the England batting. Normally comes down a couple of places lower, does Nick? But such is the strength of this England team. Moved up the order a touch and showing that he can certainly bat. We all knew he could. But this is a quality innings. Another breaking play, slight delay. Players maybe changing the equipment or just getting a drink. It is very warm out there, folks. Yeah, drinks being taken. Nick Newman. Well-deserved slurp of water. Well, to all of you watching, wherever you are in the world, thank you for tuning in. Let us know in the comments on the stream where you're watching. Always nice to get some comments in. We really are very grateful for the time and effort that you put in to watch these streams. There's a lot of work that goes into providing these pictures. Madan, live stream coordinator today. Sai and Austin operating the cameras. Great work that they're doing. And the great work by Alan Murray, the scorer for England, and Rakesh Roshan, the independent Indian scorer. So, to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. Rudy Birkenstock. Quite a novel action. Here's Newman then, on 94 not out. That's crunched through the offside. There is a man out at the deep extra boundary. He trots around, does the fielding. Newman takes a single. Well, that brings up another magnificent century for Monty Douglas. Cut through the offside, takes him on to 102, his 3rd consecutive century in this tournament. He's absolutely on fire. Well done, Monty Douglas. Tremendous innings, 102 not out off 95 balls. It's his 15th boundary. Goodness me. When will this man stop? For England, they hope he continues. 292 for 5 now. Birkenstock again. Douglas rocks back. hits that into the offside. Correction, the leg side. Ismail Taladia trots round from his position. Deep mid wicket to do the fielding. So, Nick Newman, 95 not out, hit 3 big sixes in the last over. Is he going to go big to get to his 100? Oh, he tried to. Big swing. Tried to launch it over the mid-wicket boundary. Missed it completely. Into his pads. There's no run. A welcome dot ball for South Africa. So, Birkenstock in again. He bowls Newman. Oh, he's gone big. There's a shout of catch. It drops short. It was long on. Trots through for a single. 96 he moves on to. So 44 overs gone, England 294 for 5. Monty Douglas just completed a magnificent century. As I said, his 3rd consecutive century. He really is batting extremely well. And ably supported by Nick Newman. I fancy Nick, 96 not out. He's going to be looking to get towards his century as well. Last over, Barney de Klerk replaces Hack at the hostel end. Hack, I'm sure, will be more than happy to be replaced after his last over, where Newman hit him for 3 consecutive sixes. 294 for 5. Can England get up to the magical 300 mark? You wouldn't bet against it, but let's see what de Klerk can do. In he comes from the hostel end. He bowls that short. Newman goes for a swing, misses it completely. It was there to be hit. Maybe a bit of fatigue from Nick Newman. Missed the ball completely. So, de Klerk in again. Newman, who's gone for it. What a way to bring up a century. Deep mid-wickets again. Well battered Nick Newman. Tremendous century. His 6th 6 of the innings. He goes to 102 not out. Oh, well battered Nick Newman. Well battered. England bring up the 300 from a magnificent shot from Nick Newman. Over deep mid-wicket for 6. Also bringing up his century. Excellent, excellent batting from Nick. Well done, sir. De Klerk in again. Newman swings hard, hits that powerfully down the ground. There is a fielder down there, and it is well fielded. They'll go through for a single. He moves on to 103 not out. England 301 for 5. Douglas, well, he's just played that powerfully down towards the leg side. Fielder trots round. Just a single. 302 for 5 England. Douglas 104 not out. Newman plays that down the ground. Looking for a single, but his partner sends him back. Very high level. Oh, Newman, full shot, but that looks like it's racing away towards the boundary for another 4. Welcome runs for Nick Newman. Continues on his merry way. And that's the end of the England innings. They finish on 306 for 5 off their allotted 45 overs. Nick Newman, a magnificent 107 not out off 62 deliveries, including 12 fours and 6 magnificent sixes. A strike rate, ladies and gentlemen, of 172.58. He was only out there for an hour and 7 minutes. Monty Douglas, well, another century for him. another not out innings. His average would be something absolutely ridiculous. He finishes on 104 not out of 97 deliveries, 15 fours, a strike rate of 107.22. He was out there for 2 hours and 21 minutes. England finish up 306 for 5, 18 extras in the total. Just take you through the South African bowling figures. Ismail Taladia, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45, bowled well early on. Got a bit of assistance from the pitch. Ishak, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 71. His figures foiled by his last over when Newman hit him for 3 consecutive sixes. Mark Tessendorf, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. Barney de Klerk, 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. Akil Capito, he bowled well, his figures don't reflect it, beat the bat a number of times, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 61. And the pick of the South African bowlers for me, Trevor Poole, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. How will he be ruined? Missed opportunity, dropping Nick Newman a few overs before the end of the innings, allowed Newman to continue to stay there and score probably another 25 to 30 runs. And Rudy Birkenstock came on for the 1 over, no maidens, no wicket for 8 runs. England finish on 306 for 5. The story of the England innings, well, score on 15. Ed Lennox trying to play a shot towards the backward point area, was caught by Peter Ram after bowling of Ismail Taladia for 5. Tony Burbeck, well, he was looking good, Tony. Scored 18 off 26 deliveries with 3 boundaries. It's straight to Trevor Poole, who was stationed at cover point. He had 2 goes at it, but eventually took the catch to give Mark Tessendorf his first wicket. Graham Shaw had come to the crease, looked good again, did Graham Shaw. Was 24 off 20 with 5 boundaries. Dangerous player when he gets in, but he got a ball that kept a bit low, was bowled by Ismail Taladia when the pitch was offering a bit more assistance to the South African bowlers. And then a partnership, a very good partnership between Monty Douglas and Chris Dearden. Chris Dearden eventually out caught Roy Messer, bowled Trevor Poole for 24, and that brought John Butterworth to the crease. John out LBW to Trevor Poole for 6, and then Nick Newman joined Monty Douglas out in the middle with a score of 148 for 5, and some tremendous batting by the pair of them. Newman particularly, he ended up 107 not out of 62 balls, 12 fours, 6 sixes, and Monty Douglas, it's his 3rd consecutive century of the tournament. Not out again, 104 off 97 deliveries with 15 fours. Really was a tremendous partnership from Newman and Douglas. 148 for 5 when Newman went to the crease. 306 for 5 England off their 45 overs. We're going to take a break here. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for keeping with us. Big total for South Africa to chase. Join us in about 45 minutes time when we'll see how they get on. But for me, Rash Mahmood, I'm going to go away from the commentary box, get a drink of water and a bite to eat. Join us again when we return. So just to recap, England 306 for 5 off their 45 overs. South Africa will require 307 runs to win. Well, welcome back everybody. Rash Mahmood here at the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground, where I've been all over the world watching cricket and I've seen some knocks. I don't care what standard of cricket you're watching or being part of, but I have just witnessed one of the truly tremendous knocks that I've had the privilege to watch. So the summary, for those of you just joining us: England versus South Africa, the final round of matches for both these teams in Group A of the Men's Over 60 World Cup. So prior to the commencement of the game, England, the only undefeated team in the tournament, 4 wins out of 4, top spot in Group A guaranteed, and their passage to Wednesday's semi-final all secure. South Africa won the toss and they elected to field and got off to a really good start. 8 overs in, they had England 3 down. Some very, very good bowling, particularly from Ismail Taladia, who got the ball to nip about, seam, bit of movement in the air. 2 catches, those first 3 wickets, and Graham Shaw bowled with one that kept a bit low. That brought Chris Dearden out into the middle, and he, together with Monty Douglas, were on 82 runs when Dearden was out, at 129 for 4. John Butterworth came to the crease. He was OBW in the middle of the 27th over when England were 148 for 5, and the South Africans, I'm sure, were feeling that another wicket and they could get England out for less than 200. But Nick Newman came to the crease to join Monty Douglas, and from then on, folks, it was absolute carnage. Newman played fantastically well. The pair put on 158 runs in an hour and 7 minutes of just 17.7 overs, going at 8.92 an over. It really was brutal, but a fantastic innings by both people. Monty Douglas, well, he made his 3rd consecutive century of the tournament. He finished on 104 not out. Nick Newman, he finished on 107 not out, to leave England on 306 for 5 off their 45 overs. South Africa, well, they're going to have to bat very, very well to get anywhere near this total. Their required run rate at the start, 6.82 runs an over. Let's see how they get on. It's going to be Mike Palmer to open from the hostel end. So, here we go. First ball of the innings. This Palmer is in. It's wide, outside the off stump. Signal wide by the umpire. South Africa off the mark. Yeah, for those of you who are watching the England innings, it really was something to behold. It was controlled mayhem by Douglas and Newman. Here's Palmer, in again. Brad Bing on strike. In he comes, he bowls, and that's outside the off stump again. Simon Routh behind the stumps. Good to see Simon back behind the stumps. He's been suffering with gastroenteritis. He got after the warm-up game here at the SRI Ramachandra against India a couple of weeks ago. Good to see him back. Very good keeper. Here's Palmer then, in again. From the hostel end he bowls. Bing looking to cut. Another wide. Umpire Satish standing at the hostel end. Umpire Srivasthan standing at the square leg. So here comes Palmer. In once more. Bowls. That's wide again. It's at the off stump. Not as wide as the other 2 deliveries. Gets away with that one. And for those of you asking where my co-commentator is, Akash Vignesh, well, it's our commentary position. It's got quite lush vegetation. I'll break off while Palmer comes in again. Bowls. Oh, swing and a miss. Good work by Simon Routh behind the stumps, just keeping the batsman honest. Quicker delivery that by Palmer. Brad Bing looking to play an expansive shot. South Africa 2 for none, middle of the first over, 2 wides from Palmer. In he comes again. Bowls. Good take again by Simon Routh. Here's Palmer again. In he comes. He bowls. Bing looks to play an expansive shot. That's a good shot. Backward point region. Fielded. He trots through. First run off the bat. South Africa 3 without loss. Here's Palmer. In he comes. Mark Tessendorf takes his first delivery. Is it out to the mid-wicket area? There's no run. South Africa 3 without loss. The first over, 1 run off the bat. Couple of wide deliveries from Mike Palmer. Yes, for those of you asking where my co-commentator Akash Vignesh is, well, our commentary position, as you see Brad Bing take strike, we're at sort of deep mid-wicket area. It's quite a lush vegetation around us, lots of creepy crawlies, particularly ants, and unfortunately Akash was bitten by an ant. He took unwell. Luckily we're a world-class medical facility here. He rushed to get some treatment. He'll be back with us hopefully later on in the innings. I'm sure you send your best wishes to him. But he's not feeling too well at the moment, but he was treated on the spot, just taking on some fluids, getting some rest, trying to get out of the heat. So we wish Akash well. It's going to be Kevin Watson, man of the match, in the match the day before yesterday against the USA. A tremendous bowling spell, took a wicket with his first delivery against the USA. Ball that pitched on middle stump, seamed in, cannoned into leg stump. He's a confidence bowler, looked to have his rhythm back. He'd been struggling prior to that. This pitch is offering a bit of assistance. Let's see how he gets on. Brad Bing has taken guard. So here's Watson. In from the pavilion end. He bowls. Bing comes forward as an appeal for OBW. Didn't get far forward there. Brad Bing. Confident appeal. Umpire Srivasan not moved. Here's Watson in again. He bowls. Fuller Bing. That's straight to the fielder. Well, dream start for Kevin Watson. It was a wicket with his first ball in the previous match against the USA. Wicket with his second ball today. Brad Bing just chipping it up in the air to John Butterworth at short mid-wicket. Easy as you like. South Africa lose their first wicket. 3 for 1. That's Brad Bing. He goes. Caught John Butterworth. Bowled Kevin Watson. Dream start for England. Yeah, Brad Bing's going to be disappointed with that. There were some gaps in the field. He just chipped the ball up. John Butterworth, an excellent fielder. Short mid-wicket, just dollied up to him. Made absolutely no mistake. Well, South Africa are going to have to bat really, really well to get anywhere near this substantial total that England posted of 306 for 5 off their 45 overs. They needed a good start. They haven't got it. Kevin Watson bowled well. The previous match against the USA, man of the match. 2 for 15 off his 6 overs. Bowled magnificently well. He's a confidence player. That'll give him a great deal of confidence. Akil Capito makes his way out, takes guard. Here comes Watson again from the pavilion end. He's in, bowls. Capito chops down, deep backward square. Oh, misfielded there. I think Jim Phillips. And he trots back for 2. That's him off the mark. South Africa 5 for 1. Here's Watson then. In again. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Another good take by Simon Routh. Whipping the bells off, keeping the batsman honest. Good delivery that from Watson. Capito looking to be aggressive. That's another good delivery. Here comes Watson then. In again. It's a delivery that hurries on to Capito, looking to turn it down the leg side. Hits him on the thigh pad. No run. Good start from England. 2 overs gone. South Africa 5 for 1. Thank you to Claire Fisher, who's been on the message board on the stream. Go South Africa. Special shout out to my dad, Ross. Thank you, Claire. So, Mike Palmer, continuing from the hostel end. In he comes, he bowls. Tessendorf. Classical looking for defensive shot, and there's no run. Here comes Palmer. He's in. Tessendorf just lets that go outside the off stump. Offers no shot. It's South Africa. Runway at the start of the innings 6.82. Already jumped above 7.08. I fancy the England bowlers are really going to try and put the squeeze on the South African batters in the first 10 overs. Keep them to something underneath, below 40 runs would be ideal. Here's Palmer then, in again. Oh, that's an expansive shot again. Tessendorf looking to be aggressive, nothing wrong with that. Good delivery by Palmer. Good work again by Simon Routh. It's a delivery that bounces high. Hits Simon Routh around the left shoulder. Bounce from Palmer there. Tessendorf not interested. And there's no run. Yeah, it's going to be a big ask for these South African batters. Brad Bing going early. Puts a lot of pressure on this pair out in the middle. Here comes Palmer again. Bowls. Tessendorf. Nice shot. John Butterworth. Good bit of fielding. Short extra. Nice shot by Tessendorf straight to John Butterworth. Well fielded. There's no run. Palmer. In again to complete his over. He's in. He bowls. Tessendorf looks to play that again. Looking to play point area. Taken again by Simon Routh. Good over from Mike Palmer. South Africa remain on 5 for 1. 3 overs gone. Watson to continue. In he comes. It's a nice shot. Oh, good bit of fielding. Yeah, good cricket all round there. Nice shot by Akil Capido. Just rocked back, played it into the offside. And JB. Correction. Looks like Ed Gordon-Lennox, one of England's better fielders. 3 run outs he's had a hand in. Ed Gordon-Lennox. Nice pick up. Through back to the wicket keeper. The batsman had made his ground. South Africa move on to 6 for 1 wicket. As Watson comes in again. He bowls. Tessendorf just turns it into the leg side. Looks for a single. Good fielding again by John Butterworth. Quickly in. Prevents a single being taken. And they have fielded exceptionally well during this tournament, the England boys. That's a nice shot. Just open the face of the bat. Did Mark Tessendorf. That races away. For 4. Welcome boundary for South Africa. They move on to 10 for 1 wicket. Mark Tessendorf gets off the mark. Nice shot. Just opened the face, guided it down towards the third man area. For 4. Some changes being made to the field by skipper Richard Merriman. Monty Douglas going backward point, deep gully position as Watson comes in again from the pavilion end. He bowls. Tessendorf looking to play the same sort of shot, beaten outside the off stump. Another good take by the keeper Simon Routh. There's no run. Good delivery by Watson. Nothing Tessendorf could do about that. Just goes back in his crease, plays it back down the wicket. That's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. South Africa 10 for 1. Man out for South Africa. Brad Bing, the opener. Caught John Butterworth. Bowled Kevin Watson. His second delivery. For 1. South Africa were 3 for 1 at that point. They've moved on to 10 for 1 after 4 overs. Hard going for this South African batting pair. England not going to give them anything. They're going to have to work really, really hard for their runs. And it's Mike Palmer. To continue from the hostel end, Akil Capido on strike. He's 3 from 5 deliveries. As Palmer comes in. Bowles. It's a good shot. Powerfully hit. The direction of mid-on. Ed Gordon-Lennox, good bit of fielding. Prevents a single. Swing and a miss from Capito. Lovely follow through on his stroke. One for the cameras. Unfortunately, he didn't connect. Here comes Palmer again. He's in. Bowles Capito. Mistimes that, looking to play through the cover region. Squirts off to the skipper, Richard Merriman, at mid-off. That's a good shot. Yeah, nothing wrong with that shot at all. Akil Capito, front foot down the pitch, straight back over the bowler's head for 4. South Africa move on to 14 for 1. Capito moves on to 7 with his first boundary. Lovely shot. South Africa will need plenty more where that came from if they get near this formidable England total, 306 for 5. So, how does Palmer respond? He's in again. Bowles, Capito. Nice shot. So it's deep cover. Chris Dearden does the fielding. Capito takes another single. Tessendorf just back down the pitch, orthodox forward defensive stroke. That's the end of the 5th over. South Africa 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. Kevin Watson, fierce competitor, proud Yorkshireman. He's going to continue from the pavilion end. Akil Capito on strike. He's 8 not out. Here comes Watson then. Oh. Not quite sure what happened then. The batsman, just as Watson was about to deliver the ball, moved away. Dead ball signalled. By umpire Srivasan, standing at the pavilion end. So, Watson, in again. Here he comes, he bowls. That's in the air, that's a beautiful, beautiful shot by Capito. It's whipped off his legs, was in the air, but absolutely no chance for Chris Dearden at square leg. Beautifully timed shot. South Africa 19 for 1. Capito's second boundary of his innings, he moves on to 12. Fantastic timing that. Really, really nice cricket shot. Minimum of effort. Capito just plays the next delivery from Kevin Watson. Back down the pitch to him. Fielded by the bowler. .26 the required run rate for South Africa, as Watson comes in again. He bowls shorter delivery. Capito, watchful, back in his crease, just plays it out to the England skipper, Richard Merriman, at mid-off, and there's no run. Watson, again, carbon copy, the previous delivery. Capito, watchful, just back in his crease, punches it out to Merriman at mid-off. Oh, Capito tried to play an expansive drive to that delivery from Watson. It was just a bit fuller. Came onto him a bit quicker than he anticipated. Inside edge onto his pad. Full toss from Watson, and that's easily put away. Nicely done by Akil Capito. Brings up his third boundary. He moves on to 16. South Africa 23 for 1. 6 overs gone. Yeah, nice shot. Bad ball by Kevin Watson. That full toss outside off stump. Capito just leant into it, just guided it through the vacant cover area for 4. Mike Palmer getting back to his mark at the hostel end. He's going to continue. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8 so far for Mike. Mark Tessendorf on strike. Here comes Palmer. Bowls. Tessendorf just plays it back down the pitch. Good bit of fielding by Mike Palmer in his football skills. And there's no run. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. That's given. That's given. Well, no shot offered by Mark Tessendorf whatsoever. Let's have a look. This replay. Oh, that looks pretty plumb to me. Yet no shot offered by Tessendorf at all. Mike Palmer bowling wicket to wicket gives the umpire a very, very easy decision. Umpire Satish standing at the hostel end. South Africa lose another wicket. 23 for 2. Mark Tessendorf. LBW to Mike Palmer. Yeah, Tessendorf departing for 4 off 15 deliveries. I don't think he can have any argument with that decision by the umpire when he goes back and reviews it. Offered no shot whatsoever. Mike Palmer, nice and straight, bowling wicket to wicket. Easy decision for the umpire. South Africa, well, they're in a bit of trouble. 23 for 2, 6.2 overs. That's both openers. Back to the pavilion. Brad Bing, Mark Tessendorf. I believe that's Stuart Hendricks coming out to the middle. So some rebuilding to do for South Africa. Don't forget, folks, they're chasing 307 to win. The required run rate at the start of the innings was 6.82. We're just approaching the middle of the 6th over. The required run rate is up to 7.34. It's always going to be a tough ask for these South Africans. They just need a partnership just to get some momentum. The momentum certainly with England at the moment. They'll be delighted with their start. So, Mike Palmer In he comes. Bowls. That's wide, outside the off stump. No shot offered by Hendricks. Taken by Simon Routh. And there's no run. Changing the field here. Two slips in now for Mike Palmer. Jim Phillips moves on a bit to backward point. Here's Palmer then. In again. He bowls. That's a nice looking shot. Nice bit of fielding again. Ed Gordon Lennox. Encouragement for Mike Palmer. He's bowled well in this tournament. That's an excellent delivery from Palmer. Hendricks on the back foot. Ball beats him outside the off stump. Palmer in again. Bowls. Hendricks looks to turn that away down the leg side. It's a nice looking shot. Nicely timed. Good shot from Stuart Hendricks there. He gets off the mark with 4.
Can we have a Mark's replay?
So 7 overs gone here at the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground, South Africa. 27 for 2, chasing 307 to win. It's Kevin Watson continuing from the pavilion end. In he comes. Capito looking to play it on the leg side, squirts off his pad. Quick single taken. 28 for 2, leg by single. Nice shot. Stuart Hendricks just turns it round the corner. Fine leg. And Mike Palmer does the fielding. Another single. Watson, shorter delivery. Capito just back on his heels. Plays it out to mid-off. Skipper Richard Merriman does the fielding. There's no run. 29 for 2, South Africa. 7.5 overs gone. That's a lovely shot by Capito. Lent into it. Is it down the offside? Long chase for the skipper Richard Merriman. Yeah, good chase by the skipper. Another 2 onto the total. South Africa 31 for 2. Akil Capito moves on to 18 off 20 deliveries with 3 boundaries. Here's Watson then. In again. Bowl. Shorter delivery. Capito again. Rocks back. That's beautifully timed. John Butterworth giving chase. That's an excellent effort I don't know if that's just crossed the boundary line, but if it hasn't, that is a tremendous effort from John Butterworth. Just checking with him. Yes, indeed. 2 runs. Tremendous bit of work by John Butterworth. Didn't give that up. 8 gone. South Africa 33 for 2. Akil Capito is out there batting very, very well. He's 20 off 21 deliveries with 3 boundaries. His partner, Stuart Hendricks, 5 from 5 deliveries with 1 boundary. South Africa require 274 more runs in 222 balls. Their current run rate is 4.13 and over. The required run rate 7.41. Mike Palmer, he's going to continue from the hostel end. Very good bowling figures so far from Mike Palmer. 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 12. We're looking to take another wicket. Here comes Palmer then. In again, he bowls. Hendrick looks to play that on, and he's been given out. Well, no hesitation from the umpire, Mr. Satish. Hendricks looking to turn that down the leg side. We'll have to see the replay. But it looked, from our position, looked like he was dead in front. Played all around it. South Africa lose another wicket. 33 for 3 in the 8th over. Yeah, Palmer again, bowling wicket to wicket. Hendricks looking to turn that to the leg side. Just played round it, thudded into his pad. The umpire very quick to give his decision. Well, South Africa in a bit of trouble here. 33 for 3. Second wicket for Mike Palmer. Drink's been taken. So the new batsman, Trevor Poole, bowled well in the South African bowling effort. The wickets for him.
You had me there. Can you go back to it? There we go. That's me. That's where you did it. Just when you go, fuck. Did you?
So here's Palmer. In he comes, ball outside the off stump. No shot offered by Poole, and there's no run. Good delivery by Mike Palmer, well taken by Simon. Pacey delivery. Trevor Poole watched it as it went past on the offside. South Africa 33 for 3, chasing 307 to win. Palmer, another delivery outside the off stump. Poole, very watchful, just lets it go by, and there's no run. Bit of yes no. Poole played it out into the offside, looking to take a single. His partner, Akil Capito, sends him back. That's the end of the 9th over. South Africa 33 for 3. Kevin Watson then, continuing from the pavilion end. In he comes. Capito, watchful, orthodox defensive stroke, just place it out into the cover area. Ed Gordon-Lennox does the fielding. Well, I'm delighted, ladies and gents, that my co-commentator, AV, Akash Vignesh, is back with us. Here's Watson in again. It's a good shot. Lovely straight drive from Capito, straight back past the bowler. He moves on to 24, 4 of them coming in boundaries. South Africa 37 for 3. AV, how you doing?
Yeah, doing good, sir. It's been doing good, and just a bit of a medical thing. I had a bit of ant, just seems to be bite on my bite on my hand, and it seems to be some rashes type. So now it's good.
Good man. You're back with us. Here's Watson in again then. Capito, back foot. That's a lovely shot again. Merriman rushes around. Good bit of fielding by the skipper. Yeah, typifies the England fielding effort during this tournament. Hit very powerfully by Capito. He takes another single. But South Africa, well, they've got it all to do. Trevor Poole now takes strike. Yet to get off the mark. He's faced 4 deliveries. Here's Watson. Into him. Nice, watchful. Orthodox defensive stroke. And Gordon-Lennox does the fielding again. There's no run. And outside the off stump. No shot offered. So Watson to finish off. In he comes. He bowls full length delivery. Trevor Poole again just pushes it out into the offside. Ed Gordon-Lennox again does the fielding. 10 overs gone. South Africa 38 for 3. Kevin Watson has completed 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Michael Palmer operating from the hostel end. He's bowled exceptionally well. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. The men out for South Africa. Well, you have the openers coming back quite quickly. Brad Bing. He was caught mid-wicket by John Butterworth off the bowling of Kevin Watson for 1. Mark Tessendorf offering no shot whatsoever to Michael Palmer. Bowled full and straight. LBW to him for 4. Akil Capito, he's played very well. Looked very accomplished batsman. He's 25 off 24 deliveries with 4 boundaries. Stuart Hendricks, well, he was LBW to Michael Palmer. Just played all the way round a straight one. He was looking to turn it into the leg side. Palmer bowling wicket to wicket. LBW to him for 5. Trevor Poole has joined Akil Capito out in the middle. He's yet to score off 7 deliveries. I'm going to take a short break and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of my colleague Akash Vignesh.
Yes, it's been a terrific start from England from their ball. With their ball this time around, it seems to be they could able to get the first 3 wickets in the first spell. And England bowlers are, to be truth, they are right on top of Australian batters. The South African batters take a burden. As Mr. Rash said, South African batter Akil Capito, who's been batting so tremendously well. He's been batting tremendously well, and Jim Phillips, a change in bowling. The off heat, Jim Phillips is into the attack. Here we go for the first ball. Good ball in a tighter line and length as well as could be able to control the required rate. That is what I am talking about. But straight away South African batters are on the top. They know that they should not make sure the new bowler to be settling on their line and length. That's an excellent drive. Straight back over the bowlers, and that rises to the boundary cushions, and that's yet another boundary for Akil Capito, who's been batting at 29 of 25 with 5 boundaries. He scored 20 runs off his 29 in boundaries. Beautifully bowled, just try to use the feet. Came down the track and a defensive stroke. Excellent ball from Jim. A good yorking length delivery from Jim. Well bowled. Again try to cut the ball. Just straight to the point fielder out there. To Graham Shah. This time a slower bit. Just in shorter in length though. And that's how I say fortune favors the brave. A big swing, a big eye from the batter, but just got the inside nick of the bat and could able to rise through backward square for yet another boundary. At 2 into boundaries, and he could able to score in a quicker succession at the way. Lost from Jim. He's been expensive till now. Mr. Bowles just came in as a first change for England after a long first spell from both the bowlers Michael as well as Watson. This time around, try to cut the shot straight to sweepers for a single. 11 runs of that over. It's 49 for 3 after 11. A change from pavilion end to there comes Mr. Phil Deccan. Seems to be yet another spinner who's been. It's actually Young who's been rested off for him. I hope so. He's been playing here. Phil Deccan for the first time we are seeing him in the tournament. Looks to be a left army orthodox. Beautifully played. True backward square and it raced away for yet another boundary. Straight away it's both the change in bowling and they just start with boundaries to start off the over, and it's again Akhil Kubido who's not keeping it calm. He's been in an attacking form, and with the previous boundary South Africa have crossed the 50 runs mark. Beautifully bowled, tried to play out through covers, straight to the cover fielder out there, and then yet another dot ball. Yes, we are seeing and witnessing an excellent match. Even though England lost its first 3 wickets within the first 10 overs, they could be able to make a strong comeback. And South African batters too looking the same way. They are just taking out inspiration from England batters themselves. Just have a single around. There we go for the last ball of the 12th. And the first one from Phil. Phil taking how good he bowled this over. Just considered a boundary of his first ball, then came back to so well. And it's Trevor Pull who has got off the mark with a single in the last ball. A resemblance of Jadeja's action from the bowler Phil. Now comes to a conclusion. It's 55 for 3. We go for the second ball, beautifully bowled. Doesn't seem to be a loopy one, a flatter one from Jim Phillips. That's got a skidded through. Here we go. I would like to have some comments which has been passed by you guys who have been watching in YouTube. Using the track, couldn't able to go. Yes, hope so. Claire Fisher, who's been watching this match, and your father Rose, definitely going to have one of the wonderful matches. So don't be worried for that. Yet another boundary, this time straight back over the bowler's head yet again, and we could be able to see the replay out now. It's an excellent shot. we go for the next ball and try to flick. Try to play out a shot straight to slip, but just a dot ball for Phillips. And guess what? Phillips can bowl an excellent over. He came back so strongly in this. We go for the last ball. Yet another dot ball, just a 4 of it. It's 59 for 3 after 13. Yes, I hope so. Simon Rout will come on. I hope so. He just for England, sir. Simon Rout is from England. Yeah, it was Harry Rout who just said Simon Rout need to be come on. He's just waiting for him to come on and play a good innings, and that's been happened in the first innings. Hope so. South Africans are at 59 for 3 at the moment. India 13, and there comes the left arm spinny, who's having an action similar to Ravindra Jadeja. Your thought on this?
Well, I'm sure Phil Deakin would be absolutely delighted to be compared to that tremendous spinner. Just a bit similar, actually. I see where you're going. I mean, certainly in his delivery stride. Very good bowler, Phil Deakin. Mr. Dependable. He's operating from the pavilion end. Capito back and across. That's going to race away for 4. Welcome runs for South Africa again.
South Africans are scoring at a very good rate, it seems to be, in the moment. Try to play towards fine. Could able to get another double in a leg by way, so it's runs are just start to come off for South Africa. What's your thought on this with Sakil Kupido, who's been batting tremendously well?
Yeah, he has. Actually, he's 47 not out off 37 deliveries. 8 fours in that. Strike rate of 127. Yeah, these are valuable runs for South Africa. You know, they were sitting at 33 for 3. Trevor Poole taking a bit longer to get into his stride, but he's 5 not out of 15 deliveries with 1 boundary. Currently, South Africa going along at 4.81 and over. The required run rate sits at 7.68. 65 for 3, middle of the 13th over. And it's Phil Deakin to continue from the pavilion end. Capito to take strike, just orthodox for defensive stroke. Pushes it into the offside. Graham Shaw walks in, does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, the current run rate, AV, it's 4.81. They really need to be going at 8, 9, 10 and over if they have any chance of getting anywhere near this England total. As Deakin comes in again, down the leg side, not giving a wide, come inside, well taken by Simon Routh, and there's no run.
Yes, sir, you are right. The required run rate is just above, just below 8 in fact. And I said in the com box when you just passed me the mic, South African batters are likely to take the motivation from England batters, right? You said I have missed a wonderful innings. Yes, of course, because of my some sort of medical emergency, I need to go up, and I missed those excellent 2 centuries and not back to back, 3 centuries for Monty. Yes. And they will be taking some sort of motivation from England batters. They know how they batted throughout the innings. They just stood us some time. They just punished those loose balls. The same thing is been batting by Akil, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think South Africa have got to look at it and be quite pragmatic. Don't forget England were 47 for 3 in their innings off 8.2 overs. This partnership is 34 off just about 6 overs. So it's a decent partnership.
Should not be a commentator's curse.
Well, it might well be again, the way my luck's going, AV. I've probably put the mockers on it, and poor old Trevor Poole will probably be bowled middle stump, knocked out of the ground. I don't hope not for Trevor. He's played well today, hasn't he, Trevor? He bowled well. Unlucky with, you didn't see it, but he was very unlucky off his own bowling. Nick Newman, who played magnificent, well, probably played the only false shot in his entire innings. And Trevor Poole, valiant attempt, got there but dropped it. Here's Jim Phillips from the hostel end, Poole facing. That's a lovely looking shot. That's a beautiful drive, lofted but absolutely no danger of being caught. Good shot from Trevor Poole. 4 more to the target.
Yes, Trevor Poole who's been batting just blocking some balls, and he started to attack too. He just knows the run rate too. A bit of tossed up. That's an excellent fielding from the square leg fielder. Oh, that's been scored now. Still they need 240, in fact 236 to be precise. What's your take on this? Maybe a close game or what? Coming down the track, Jim Phillips looking to be just fielded it away.
Well, for all our viewers around the world who are Phillips as he comes in. Yeah, for all our viewers around the world, thank you on behalf of AV and myself for taking the time and effort to watch this live stream from the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground here in Chennai. Yeah, for the viewers, you want it to go as long as you can, don't you? Here's Phillips in again. That's a nice looking shot. Good effort by John Butterworth. Can't prevent a single. Another one to the total. Brings Akil Capito onto strike. He's batted exceptionally well. 47 or 40 deliveries. Yeah, you want it to go as far as you can, and ideally you want it to be a last ball decider, don't you? Here's Phillips in again then. He bowls that short. Capito onto it. Straight to Butterworth. And that's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. South Africa sit on 67 for 3. Let's be honest though, Akash, this is going to take a monumental batting effort from the South Africans. You know, they've been out in the field watching the ball disappear to all parts of the boundary while they were bowling. It's really hot out here today, probably the hottest day we've had since we've been here in Chennai. Even though we've been here a couple of weeks, I don't think you can get used to the heat and the humidity. It's brutal out there for these players. It's brutal for somebody who's half their age. It's definitely taken its toll, and this is why it's a squad game. England making a number of changes from the team that cruised to victory by 9 wickets against the USA the day before yesterday. But it just shows you the strength that this England team have, particularly in the batting department. Nick Newman, I'm sorry you missed it, my friend. It was one of the best innings, any type of cricket, any standard that I've ever seen. It was magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. 158 runs partnership between Newman and Douglas in an hour and 7 minutes in just 17.7 overs. They went at a rate of 8.92 an over. And Newman, you know, he gave Urshak a bit of treatment. 3 consecutive sixes. And at one point, with 3 overs to go, Newman, I think, and I'll have to go back and check, but I think he was sitting on something like 68. He just went absolutely berserk.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about in this overall tournament. These guys are just shifting gears at like no cricketers have been done. Whenever I know what is meant by shifting gears, I just remember a name, Rohit Sharma, right? He used to score century, and he used to take 150 balls for a century. Then suddenly in next 50 balls, he just go on to score his 200. That type of innings we saw today from Nick Newman. I hope so. A bit of slow start, but a steady start. That doesn't makes the change. Still, he could able to go for a huge one.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the way South Africa have got to look at it. You know, Akil Capito, 47 off 40 with 8 boundaries. He looks very good. I've got to say, he's timed the ball exceptionally well. Nice strike rate of 117. He looks to be the man that South Africa are going to depend on. He's been out in the field and he's watched what Monty Douglas and Nick Newman did. You can see how quickly the tide can turn. South Africa, well, they had England at 148 for 5 in the middle of the 27th over, but then the bowling was just destroyed by Nick Newman and Monty Douglas.
No, I just want to say in the other way, South Africans could able to get quick wickets when the heat is not up, and when the heat is starting to get up and the batters are starting to get settled down. It's just went like the England's way, right? My coach used to say this, small quote. You guys being an opener and you are just start your innings at 9 o'clock, just make sure to play out first session 10:30. Just make sure to play very slow. After 11:30, just try to hit the ball on sky. Definitely the fielders are not going to come and catch it.
Yes, good advice by your coach. Nick Newman completely ignored that advice and just came out. I said he was a very circumspect batter. When he comes out, looks to assess the field, push the 1s and 2s. He made me look a complete donkey by coming out straight with intent and hitting the ball to all parts of the boundary. So drinks break taken here, folks. Players back out. Much needed fluids on board, and it's going to be Phil Deakin to continue from the pavilion end. Trevor Poole batting at the hostel end will be taking strike. South Africa 67 for 3, chasing 307 to win, requiring another 240 in 186 balls. Is Deakin in. Poole, orthodox defensive shot, just pushes it out into the cover region. Graham Shaw does the fielding, and there's no run.
It's 15 done before this. They just saw a drinks break to 72 for 3 in day 15, and they are in the progress of 16th. Well played, a touch and run from the batter. A quick run, excellent running between the wickets. Trevor Poole could able to get to non-striker's end, and he given the strike to Akil Kubido, who's on 47 of 41. If it is not going to be a commentator's curse, in fact commentator's curse, it should be a 50, a well-made 50. It should be a well-made 50 for me with a boundary. It shouldn't be a commentator's curse, that's what I meant. Not more about defense. Beautifully played. Just try to flick it out towards third for a quick single. Yes, you said that 2 weeks doesn't make any sense of just reading of the condition in India. We have been here. I have been here for 21 years. Even I can't able to assess the condition of India, sir. That's actually the truth is. It's just becoming hottest.
Never a true word said. Good bit of fielding there on the boundary. John Butterworth.
So yes, it's 16 done, 76 for 3. Phil Deakin just completed his third over. And what more the other spinners, sir? We know that Young has been rested and Phillips has been bowling now. Who are the other spinners? Other than Phil and
Well, if you remember the other day when we were commentating on the England versus USA match, Jim Phillips and Nick Newman were absolutely tremendous. They bowled straight through the pair of them, 9 overs each, squeezed the life out of the USA middle order, gave him absolutely nothing. It really was a tremendous spell of bowling by both players. So you've got Nick Newman You've also got Graham Shaw, very, very good bowler as well. John Butterworth, abundance of riches. As I pause, as Jim Phillips comes in, Capito, nice gentle forward defensive stroke. There's no run. Here's Phillips again then. In he comes, flighted delivery, Capito. Well, he tried a cross-back shot, got absolutely nowhere near it. So those are the spinning options for England. And don't forget, of course, the man in front of us at fielding at the moment on the extra cover boundary, Chris Noddy Dearden. Very hard to describe his bowling. That's a very expansive shot. He's caught. He's caught him. Well, would you believe it? Akil Capito has played absolutely fantastically. He's just played it straight back down the ground to Jim Phillips. Smart catch by Jim Phillips over his head. South Africa 76 for 4.
So I was talking about commentators curse. I am one down right now. He's gone after a well-made 48 of 43. Going back to the pavilion with shaking his heads. Just been so down, and 4 down for South Africa in the 74.
Yeah, just to echo what AV said, good innings by Akil Capito, 46 off 43 deliveries. Just hit it straight back to Jim Phillips. Smart catch by Jim Phillips. He won't mind that at all. Another wicket for England. Trevor Poole still out there. The non-strikers end, 13 not out. As Peter Am takes guard at the pavilion end. So, Am facing his first delivery. In comes Phillips, flighted delivery. Appeal for LBW. Am stretching forward. Umpire Satish waves that appeal away. Nothing doing. Phillips, in he comes, flighted again. Another appeal for LBW by Jim Phillips. Very vocal. Umpire Satish again. Nothing doing. Will it be third time lucky? Here comes Phillips. In, flighted. Forward defensive shot by Am. Played back down the pitch, and there's no run. The end of the over. 17 gone. South Africa 74 for the loss of 4 wickets. The last wicket, Akil Capito, caught and bowled by Jim Phillips for a very well made 46. South Africa require another 233 runs in 169 balls. They're going along currently at 4.4 and over. The required run rate, well, nearly double that, 8.27. But we saw when England were batting, they were 148 for 5 in the middle of the 27th. It can be done, but it's going to take a monumental effort for South Africa to get anywhere near this imposing England total of 306 for 5. As Phil Deakin continues from the pavilion end, he bowls. Trevor Poole, forward defensive shot. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. Deakin in again. It's a good shot by Poole. Just leans into it. plays it in the point area. Good chase by the England boys. Poole comes back for a second. 76 for 4. I'll give you a rundown of the latest scores from the other fixtures in Group A. Second spot up for grabs, don't forget. Lots to play for. And I'll give you a run through of the ongoing matches in Group B. Here comes Deacon again. Poole looking to turn that down the leg side. Signalled a wide by the umpire. Umpire Srivati-san. I've said all along through the tournament in my commentaries, the umpire has been very, very consistent with balls down the leg side. Here's Deacon again. Bowls. Poole looks to play, then takes his bat away. Ball passes outside the off stump and there's no run. Deacon, in he comes. Nice looking shot by Poole. Yes, it's a shout. Well fielded. Good bit of cricket. Peter Am making his way to the danger end. So Peter Am facing Phil Deacon, yet to get off the mark. Here's Deacon. It's a nice looking shot through the vacant area. Gully. Jim Phillips. His big right boot. Just a single. That's Am off the mark. South Africa move on to 79 for 4. Deacon, in he comes. He bowls. Trevor Poole. Orthodox defensive shot again. Just pushes it out into the offside. Graham Shaw does the fielding. That's 18 overs gone. South Africa 79 for 4. So as promised, here are the latest scores from the other matches in Group A. New Zealand posted a massive 326 for 5 off their 45 overs. Canada currently 46 for 2 in 14 overs. They require another 281 runs in 186 balls. In the match in Group A, Zimbabwe 290 for 7 in their 45. They've got the USA in a bit of trouble. USA 19 for 2 off 5 overs. They required another 272 in 240 balls. Jim Phillips continuing from the hostel end. Am looks to cut. Ball kept low. Well taken by the keeper, Simon Routh. Phillips in again. Am plays it forward. Monty Douglas trots round. Fields at mid-on. And there's no run. Just turns that out into the onside. Kevin Watson does the fielding. Good over so far from Jim Phillips. Giving nothing away. In he comes again then. From the hostel end. He bowls. Fly to delivery. Am again. Watchful. Pushes it out into the offside. JB, John Budsworth, does the fielding. Another dot ball. Yeah, good over Very good over by Jim Phillips there, giving nothing away. So those were the up-to-date scores in Group A. In Group B, a very, very tight group. This is certainly going to go down to the wire. At the Pebble City ground, Australia made 307 for 4 in their 45 overs. India, not going too badly, 72 for 2 off 14.3. They require 236 more runs in 183 balls. At the Amir Mahal cricket ground, Wales posted 264 for 5 in their 45. West Indies going well, 58 for 1 in 11. West Indies require 207 in 204 balls. And finally, at the VB Nest Cricket Academy, the rest of the world posted 200 for 7 in their 45. As Deakin comes in, Trevor Poole, watchful, just pushes it out into the offside. Graham Shaw does the fielding, and there's no run. Sri Lanka, in reply, well, going along steadily, but they have lost a few wickets. Sri Lanka 78 for 3 in 16. They require another 123 in 174 balls. I'll continue to update as and when I can. As Poole just looks to play that down the leg side. No bat involved. Leg bye signalled by the umpire. Another one onto the total. South Africa move on to 80 for 4. 19.2 overs gone. In comes Deakin. He bowls. Quicker delivery that time. Again. Peter Am very watchful. Pushes it out to that man. Stationed close in the offside, Graham Shaw. And there's no run. South Africa 80 for 4. Oh, it's out. That's out. Well, just as AV makes his way back into the commentary position, wicket for Phil Deakin. Good work by Simon Routh. Quicker delivery that time.
Yes, England bowlers are just welcoming me with wickets.
Yeah, Peter Am just stretching from quicker delivery from Phil Deakin, took the edge. Good catch by Simon Routh. We could hear it from our commentary position here. That's Peter Am, makes his way back into the pavilion. He's out for 1 off 13 deliveries. Caught Simon Routh, bowled Phil Deakin. South Africa, well, in real trouble. 80 for 5, requiring another 227 runs to win in 152 balls. AV, it's all yours.
Yes, to be true. I'm just backing up South Africa at the moment still. 5 down. I want a close game, so
Always
I
the optimist.
just want to be backing up South Africa still. Let's see how Trevor Poole, along with his middle order as well as lower middle order batters, how they are going to go. It's been going to be somewhat interesting the game day after day as the day going to progress. Rudy Birkenstock, the new batter in. It's Rudy who's been here to bat. Number 55 on his back. Here we go for the fifth ball. It's Phil who has got his first wicket. Phil Deakin, who is having a pretty similar action to Ravindra Jadeja. A bit slower than Ravi Jadeja, but it's the similar action like that. It's 20 who was done and dusted. 80 for 5 after 20. First ball beautifully blocked out by the batter out there. Rudy Bicker. Stop. It's Trevor Pole who's going to be on strike at the moment. He's on 16 of 31, batting tremendously well, especially just picking out some boundaries when needed the most and blocking out those good deliveries from England. And England, to be true, they are right on top of South Africa's batting. We need to go 25 more overs, and the required is slowly jumping up, and it's right on top. It's on 9.08 with just 5 wickets in hand. It's going to be toughest task for South Africa. But if they're able to do it, it's the best match I have seen, I have commentated ever. So yet another one down. It's 82 for 6 at the moment, and South Africans are just struggling a lot. And it seems to be Trevor Pole who's been going back to the pavilion. And it's Nick Newman, your man, has got his first wicket.
Yeah, Nick Newman coming into the attack, AV. Trevor Pole looking to get on with things. Didn't really get hold of it. Looked to play an expansive shot over the mid-off region. Skipper Richard Merriman backtracking, takes a nice catch. England well on top here. South Africa, well, they're in a real amount of trouble.
At the moment I hope so, Rash. I need to just reverse my decision from Rash. And as Rash said, it's going to be still more interesting. Wickets up just keep on coming for South Africa. They just keep on losing their wickets up. And Rudy need to do something special. In walks the new batter Bernie de Clock. Remember what Roy Besser, the skipper, who's not yet come into the batting, and let's hope a good match for them. Wide called by the umpire straight away. Called it to be a wide. Beautifully played through That's an excellent shot. He just played through mid-off, just driven the ball with some good power, and it has passed through the England's fielder out there. It's Richard Merriman, the skipper. Just passed through his hands. They kept their fielding at a higher level in this tournament, but first time we are just seeing a miscue in the field. And in the progress of 21st over, the last ball, beautifully flicked towards patch, been bowled, beautifully flicked, no runs been added, 87 for 6 after 21. Current live location.
So, change of bowling at the pavilion end. JB, John Butterworth, taking over from Phil Deakin. South Africa, well, they really are struggling. 87 for 6. 21 overs gone. Chasing England's 306 for 5. It's the imposing figure of Rudy Birkenstock taking strike at the hostel end. So Butterworth, in he comes. He bowls. Birkenstock, nice forward defensive shot, pushed out into the offside. Butterworth scoots round, builds off his own bowling, and there's no run. Pushed out to the point region by Birkenstock. Richard Merriman, the skipper, does the fielding. Flighted delivery. Nice shot by Birkenstock, but straight to the man. Coming off Kevin Watson. Good looking shot though. That's a nice shot. Off the back foot. Well fielded. At Gunn Lennox. Running around to his left. Just a single. Brings Barney de Klerk onto strike. Butterworth. In he comes. Bowls. Got beaten. Flighted delivery by Butterworth. De Klerk trying to play a defensive shot. Got his front pad well down. Beaten outside the off stump. Good take by Simon Ralph. Bales whipped off. The batsman was in his ground. Here's Butterworth again. Bowls. That's a nice shot. Played down the ground. Nicely timed. Full toss. And de Klerk onto it. Nice roll of the wrists. Nice end to the over for him and South Africa. They move on to 92 for 6 with 22 overs gone. They require another 215 in 138 balls. The run rate, well, creeping up again. 9.35 runs and over now required. And it's going to be Nick Newman to continue from the hostel end. Here's Newman then. In he comes. Birkenstock. Plays it back down the pitch. There's no run.
One more big victory, sir. What's your thought? The last league match of yours?
Yeah, unless something miraculous happens here, Akesh, I think this is another victory for England. It's not easy to go through your qualifying group undefeated. They remain, obviously, at this moment in time. I'll just break off as Newman comes in. Birkenstock back. Place it. Oh, good effort by Kevin Watson. Ball's in the air. Diving attempt by him. Birkenstock gets a boundary. Welcome boundary. Yeah, I think the way it's going, unless there's an innings of the calibre that Nick Newman played to put the England team under pressure, this is going to be a comprehensive victory for England, and they'll be delighted to get out the group undefeated. Difficult thing to do.
So yes, sir, I just need to share a proverb which has been just circulating around in a motivation quote. There's a proverb, you heard this, right? Change we should just expect in the around the world. Before that, we just need to get that change. So that's what actually Rudy has been doing up. He knows that boundary should be coming up and runs also to be coming up. So he's just himself taking those charges, right? Like that. Yet again, I was talking about it. Extra covers, 2 extra covers, racing through. Extra covers for yet another boundary. That brings 100 for South Africa. Still 207 to go. And does South Africa in the bowling lineup just missed a trick or what? We were talking about the hot and humid conditions. They were so much tired after they could able to get first few wickets top order collapse from England. And are they became some tired or they just missed out some trick?
Yeah, I think when they had England at 148 for 5, we were speaking with the South African team management. They were delighted. They really thought they were on top, and to be frank, they were. Having half the England side out in 27 and a half overs, they would have been looking to try and restrict England to maybe 220 or possibly under 200. It got away from them, of course, and as it can do in a game of cricket, when a batsman comes out with a determined mindset like Nick Newman did, it doesn't matter where you bowl to him, he's just seeing the ball like a watermelon. He dispatched it to all parts of the ground. The problem South Africa had, that gave confidence to Monty Douglas, a man full of confidence already, having scored back-to-back centuries. I'll just break off while John Butterworth comes in from the pavilion end. Fly to delivery, just turned into the leg side. Mike Palmer scoots round from his position at square leg to do the fielding. It's another single. 101 for 6, South Africa. Yeah, so I don't think they missed a trick. The South Africans were just sort of battered out of the contest, really. Here's Butterworth again. He bowls. That's a nice shot. Played off the back foot, but there's no run. And in reply, well, England struck early, didn't they? Always going to be a tough ask for the South African batters. Here's Butterworth. In he comes. Birkenstock. Oh, he's playing a miss. Great take by Simon Routh. Good bowling by John Butterworth. Yeah, apart from Akil Capito and Trevor Poole, it's not been the best scorecard for the South African batters. But England put him under pressure straight away. And they're that type of side. Once they've got you, they squeeze. Here's Butterworth again. And it's been symptomatic of all their matches in this Group 8 tournament. We've seen a couple together, Akash. We've seen it many times. England, when they've got the opposition on the ropes, they do not take any half measures. They go for it and they continue to play aggressive cricket, and it's good to see. Here's Butterworth in again. Flighted delivery. Birkenstock just plays it out. Tony Burbeck does the fielding, and there's no run.
Definitely the pitches are also start to be a bit dying, right? We do playing in a different pitches, but still they are been in day out. It's been a bit of dry. It's been a lack of bounce. That's what we saw in the first innings from South African bowling. I didn't exactly know what actually happened in England's first bowling. Is there any sort of swing or extra bounce? How the wicket actually behaved in the England's first bowling?
Yeah, there was. The pitch had been watered prior to the commencement of play. There was wouldn't say it was damp. There was a bit of moisture in the air. It wasn't particularly sunny when we arrived at the ground. Bit of cloud cover. The pitch, as South African management team mentioned, looked a good pitch. There were cracks in it, but those cracks combined with the bit of moisture in the air, bit of cloud cover, certainly provided good conditions, and the South African bowlers made good use of it. Ismail Taladia in particular bowled exceptionally well from the hostel end. Got the ball to move in the air slightly, but he got a couple to really move off the seam. And South Africa, as I said, they had England 47 for 3, 8.2 overs down. They would have been delighted. And right on cue, bit of entertainment for you folks. It's Chris Noddy Dearden coming on from the hostel end. How did we describe him in the last match? Slower than slow? Well, if you've not seen Chris Dearden bowl before, folks, hold on to your hats. It is something to behold. In he comes, flights it. De Klerk, orthodox shot. Gives it a lot of flight, does Chris Dearden. In he comes again. He bowls. De Klerk down the pitch. Powerful shot. Played to long on. Scampers through for a single. Ed Gordon Lennox does the fielding. But he does take a lot of wickets, does Chris Dearden, because the batsman is just waiting for the ball to come. They just don't know what to do. That's a nice shot by Birkenstock. Just rocks back, flat bats it, and that's gone for 4. Yeah, nice shot, lovely timing. Just rock back, flat batted it through the point area for 4. Very welcome boundary for South Africa.
Yes, sir. Boundaries have been welcome boundaries for South Africa. Just I said few overs before. Change within us can change the overall. Dude, that's the life's mantra, right? Oops. Commentator's curse yet again. Went completely across, and guess what? It's Chris Dearden, the one we been talking about, slowest, like comparatively the slowest bowler, but he's just having that knack of getting wickets, and he's just having the trick of knowing what actually to do to get a wicket, tempting a batter to play big.
Yeah, Rudy Birkenstock, he's not happy, he's shaking his head. When he gets back and looks at this replay, he'll know that he was absolutely bang in front. It was a bit flatter from Chris Dearden, just a touch quicker. Birkenstock was through the shot right in front of the stumps. I don't think he can have any complaint whatsoever. No batsman in the world ever thinks that they're out LBW, however, but that's another wicket for Chris Dearden. South Africa 106 for 7. Rudy Birkenstock departs. LBW bowled Chris Dearden for 13. Yeah. Hard going now for South Africa.
I still, at my some part of my heart, just want South Africa to win this match. At any cost, what's your thinking? Typically, we could say tailenders, right? The last 3 batters, and Roy Maser, the one who's been here, who's been in the dugout. I don't know who's here. Yes, it's Carter Ramain who's been here to bat. Beautifully played, beautifully defended out. Extra bit of bounce. That doesn't going to be on the favor of a batter at any cost. 25 done, 106 for 7. A full toss, a rare full toss from the bowler out there.
Yeah, well, they're never out.
Banged him down to the ground. And he collects a boundary of it. That's an excellent shot. A rare full toss from the bowler Butterworth. And guess what? Kadir Rahman who's just get off. In fact, it's Barney de Klerk who got his third boundary. Here we go for the second ball. Beautifully bowled. Try to play towards third. Just couldn't able to get. John Butterworth, I hope so. We just had a chat that he's having a jersey number of 3 and he's bowling in a similar resemblance of Suresh Raina. Please don't mistake me why I'm comparing with those guys. But it looks to be like that. It looks to be a typical Indian bowlers, right? For my eyes or for your eyes too? It's been a typical Suresh Raina's action, right? With a jersey number 3 in him.
Yeah, he's got a nice action, John Butterworth. It's high arm, good delivery. I see where you're coming from there. Not for me, I'm afraid. As he comes in, bowls. That's chipped in the air. Fielding, doing the fielding. There's no run. Apologies, Graham Shaw there at mid-on.
Here we go for the last 2 balls. It's Nelson up, 1-1-1. Can it strikes the 8th one? The new batter Kadir Rahman, who's been here. Here we go for the 5th ball of the 26th. Aha, wonderfully bowled. Looks like to be no turn from the serve, from the turf in fact. But he thought it's some turn in it. He just went with the arc. Here we go, the last ball of the 26th. 1-1-1 for 7. And wonderfully played down the ground. A dot ball to finish off. 26 10. It's 111 for 7.
Thank you, Akash Vignesh, my co-commentator. AV, just taking a break from his commentary position. 111 for 7, South Africa, 26 overs. Long way to go. 196 more runs required, 114 balls. No let up from England, really. And it's Chris Dearden from the hostel end. In he comes. Down the pitch, nice placement there, fielded by Ed Gunnar Lennox at long on. Another single to the total, 112 for 7. And that's played by Amian. Down to the extra cover boundary. Mike Palmer does the fielding, keeps it down to 1. 113 for 7. Here's Dearden then, in again. Yeah, that's a good shot. Well, 2 was the call. There was certainly a 2-on. Amian refuses it. De Klerk gesticulating at him, and I think that's the way you've got to play it in. You've got to come down the track. He's doing a flighty delivery, Amian. That's an LBW appeal, and he's been given. Well, Kader Amian, I just said prior to that delivery, the best way to play. Chris Dearden, as Barney de Klerk has been doing, using his feet, meeting the ball on the full. Kader Amian, well, nothing short of shot really. Neither here nor there. Didn't come forward. Was right in front. Looked pretty plumb to me. I was looking on the replay. Yeah. No doubt about that one. So another wicket. Kader Amian, he departs for one. LBW bowled Chris Dearden. South Africa 114 for 8. Ismail Taladia makes his way out into the middle, taking strike, bowled well in the England innings. So South Africa with a mountain to climb here. Here's Dearden then, in again, he bowls. Taladia just defends, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Oh, Dearden beats him outside the off stump. .27 gone then. South Africa 114 for 8 as Butterworth continues from the pavilion end. He bowls. Yeah, good shot from de Klerk, using his feet very, very nicely. Graham Shaw with the fielding. He moves on to 17. Taladia taking strike now. Oh, beaten. Good delivery from John Butterworth. Taladia just prodding forward, beaten outside the outside edge. Good take again from the keeper, Simon Routh. 115 for 8. Butterworth wider this time. Taladia watchful, shoulders, arms, lets the ball go past him, and there's no run. Butterworth in again. Bowls. This loops up. Taladia just prods forward. It's an outside edge towards the third man area. Scampers through for a single. 116 for 8, South Africa. Butterworth then. In again, he bowls. De Klerk pushes into the onside. Tony Burbeck does the fielding, and there's no run. That's the end of the 28th over. South Africa 116 for 8. Barney de Klerk has batted well. He's 18 off 15 deliveries with 3 boundaries. His partner Ismail Taladia, just the 1 from 6 deliveries. Another good over from John Butterworth. His 4 O's have gone for 13. And it looks like it's going to be Chris Dearden. It is indeed, to continue from the hostel end. Dearden, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 8. As I said, he's a bowler who gets a lot of wickets. It's because batsmen just haven't seen that style of bowling before. There he goes again. And that's another cat. Oh, close. Oh, Tony Burbeck building at point. Had to make a bit of ground. The ball was dipping on him. Low down by his ankles. Chance. Batsman scampers through for 2. Was a chance though. Dearden. In he comes, bowls. That's a nice shot. Played to the extra cover region. Mike Palmer comes in from his position out deep. Prevents any further runs from being taken. South Africa 119 for 8. De Klerk, as is his one, using his feet really nicely. He's playing really well, is Barney de Klerk. Down the ground, Ed Gordon Lennox does the fielding, 120 for 8. De Klerk moves on to 19 not out. And I think that's the way you've got to play, Chris Dearden. In he comes again then. He bowls. That's down the leg side. We'll wait to see the umpire's signal to see whether Taladia got anything of it. Long chase for Simon Routh, the keeper. Good chase by him and a good throw in. 2. South Africa move on to 122 for 8. Here's Dearden again. Taladia facing. He's backing across. Just dabs it into the offside. Backwards a point. Graham Shaw does the fielding. And there's no run. Taladia, 6 not out off his 10 deliveries. Barney de Klerk batting well. He's 19 off 16. Here's Dearden again then. Flighted delivery. Taladia, well, he was starting to play a shot, realised that the ball wasn't going to get there at the speed he thought, and just prodded it out, back down the pitch. That's the end of the 29th over. South Africa 122 for 8, chasing England total of 306 for 5. They require another 185 runs in 96 balls. The run rate up to 11.56 and over. Just a quick update in the other matches in Group A. New Zealand posted 326 for 5. Canada 117 for 2. They require another 210 runs in 132 balls, so up against it there. Zimbabwe versus the USA. Zimbabwe 290 for 7 in their 45. The USA currently 83 for 2 off 14. They require 208 in 186 balls. And in the other matches, Group B, as we see a change in bowling at the pavilion end, Graham Shaw into the attack. He bowls. De Klerk, that's a lovely shot. Yeah, don't bother running for that, Marnie. Lovely flick off the hips. Roll the wrist down. Nicely timed. Good shot from Barney de Klerk. He moves on to 23. Lovely bit of timing that. Yeah, India, in reply to Australia's 307 for 4, are 114 for 3. They require 194 runs in 132 balls. Let's break off. As Graham Shaw comes in again. To de Klerk, he bowls. Quicker delivery that time. De Klerk forward defensive, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Wales, 264 for 5 in their 45. West Indies, well, even contest this. They're 80 for 3, having lost in 21 overs. Apologies. Here's Graham Shaw again. Bowls quicker delivery. De Klerk down the pitch. Missed by the keeper, Simon Routh. Long chase, and it's gone. Signalled a 4. Thought it was biased, but obviously an edge of some sort. Kept very low, gave Simon Routh absolutely no chance. Yeah, Wales 264 for 5. They're 45 overs. The West Indies 80 for 3 off 21. They require 185 more runs in 144 balls. And the rest of the world posted 200 for 7 in their 45. Sri Lanka 131 for 3. Shaw comes in. De Klerk, lovely timing again. Good stop by Tony Burbeck. Sri Lanka, well, they're going really well. They're 131 for 3 off 25 overs. They require another 70 in 120 balls. Here's Shaw once more in. De Klerk, that's another nice shot. But Chris Dearden, backward of square, does the fielding. There's no run. De Klerk onto 27. South Africa 130 for 8. in again. And let's just beats the clerk. That's the end of the 30th over. Drinks to be taken here, South Africa 138 chasing 306 for 5. Just a quick update on the other matches that I've given you. Well, as it looks in Group A, England's group, New Zealand well on top, looking to claim that second spot. The USA up against it against Zimbabwe, definitely. And in Group B, well, Australia, they've got India on the ropes. India require 194 and 132. It's going to be a big ask, that one. West Indies, and they're in a bit of bother, 80 for 3, chasing 264. Sri Lanka going well though, 131 for 3. So it looks like Sri Lanka and Australia at this moment in time will qualify from Group B. Drinks being taken. We'll be back with you in a couple of ticks.
A change of ends for left arm spinny Phil. He's here from Austerland. And myself Akash has been just joined in the com box after a brief break. Hope so. I am reading your comments. It's been just coming like no videos have been yet, and the videos have just been a bit of technical issues, so we are just working on it, and we just worked on it. It will be streaming live right now. Hope so you enjoy from any part of the world. A long uphill and straight away bat. Umpire says is a bit of bat in it. Very attacking field. They do have a slip as well as a shortish cover. They just want the batter to go big. England team knows to pick up wickets, and England team knows they should not be playing all their 45 overs quota. South Africans definitely. It's always so good, Rash sir, whenever England plays, South African plays, and spinners just coming up and picking up wickets, because we don't see normally, right, in your part of the world, in either in England or in South Africa or Australia, I could say. Came down the track. That's an excellent effort from the fielder out there. Ed Gordon was there. Still, it just passed through him, and that collects the first boundary for, in fact, sixth boundary for Bernie de Klerk. And he moves on to 31 of 23 balls. He starts to play some good shots. Well left. A proper well left to be true. Just blocks the line of the ball. By Bardi de Klerk. Beautiful played out straight to mid wicket for a single. It's 31 done, 136 for 8, and England are looking to cruise through this match. They just squashed out South Africa's middle order as well as the top order to be through. South Africa had started brilliantly well. Their fast bowlers had been brilliantly well in the start of the day, but somehow they just lost their momentum and made England to post a big total of 306. 307 is the target for South African batters. They just come out, but they couldn't able to play out so well. They couldn't able to stitch out a good partnership. Whenever a good partnership has been coming up, they are just keep on losing out wickets. England, if they could able to get 2 more wickets, they will be into the semis without a beat. We could just say a whitewash from England throughout this tournament. They will be looking to enter into this tournament semis with some good confidence. Hope so. They will be just like, okay, any team comes, we will be just taking out. Even Australia has been here, we are here to win the cup. That's why their intent is throughout this tournament. It's Phil Dickin, the ball who's been continuing up. I hope so. Australia are on top of the table in their group, right? Excellent shot through wide-ish mid-off for a single. It's Graham Shaw who's been here. Yes, England have been topping their group, and let's see, it's been Group B. Yes, it's been Australia who have been topping their group with 4 matches, 3 victories, and they are going to win this match. They are going to win this match in the right now against India too. They are just playing like that, in fact. And it's going to be some tough for West Indies and Sri Lanka, but it seems to be Sri Lanka going to cruise through the match. It gets still interesting, right, for Group B matches. It's if West Indies and Sri Lanka win their respective matches, run rate going to become on. Even if Australia win this match. Ooh, wonderful ball. Just coming back to this match, and England had made sure that it shouldn't be the thing for them in their group. There shouldn't be any sort of headache. So just won all the matches which has been coming up. And as Mr. Rash said, they do have a practice match. They have played a practice match right here in the same ground. They know exactly how the ground behaves. When I'm talking about it, a back foot punch towards wide-ish long off, and Ismail has collected yet another boundary. In fact, that is his first boundary. Ismail, the one who's bowled a brilliant spell, right? And he's here to bowl. He's just batted up with a back foot punch. Last ball of the 32nd. They do have a big target. Tried. I hope so. They just try to man cut. Barney de Klerk just at the right moment came back into the crease. The last ball, a front foot defense, a soft single to finish off 32nd. It's 1-4-3 for 8.
Yeah, as it stands, Akash, the matches in Group B, Sri Lanka going well against the rest of the world. They require another 44 runs in 96 balls. 7 wickets in hand, plenty of overs to go. So it looks like, as it stands, Sri Lanka and Australia will be the 2 qualifiers from Group B. Australia going well against India. They'll look to cement their spot at the top of Group B. Sri Lanka, as it stands, look like they're going to get the 2nd place. They will be England's opponents on Wednesday. Venue to be confirmed. Time to be confirmed. That should be an absolute cracker.
So is the Is today's match going to be the last league match for every team, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Excellent shot, just passing through the field route there at point, and yet another boundary, and it seems to be South African batters just at a right time start to get some boundaries. Score moves on to 147. It again, I would say, just a commentator's curse. England fielders are right on top in the overall tournament, and in no time. Oh! And that's been going down. A bit of hide and seek from Sunshine for today. It's been terrific hot overall day, and suddenly it's been cloudy right now.
Squirts down the leg side. Long chase for the fielder. Jim Phillips. See what the umpire gives. Leg buys. 2 more to the total. Yeah, there's going to be some interesting finishes in all the group games. England, well, they did their business early. 4 out of 4, top of the group. They don't have to leave anything to chance. Here's Deacon in again. Taladia plays it down the ground. Yeah, England guaranteed top spot after their victory the day before yesterday against the USA. 4 out of 4 guaranteed their semi-final spot. They come into this match against South Africa under no pressure. There's Taladia tries to play an expansive shot again. Bit of a hoik, scrambles through for a single. The other teams in Group A and Group B, well, as results haven't gone for them, they've found themselves in a proper, as we say back home in Sheffield, a proper bun fight to see who's going to get the remaining places. 1 up for grabs in Group A, 2 up for grabs in Group B. I'll try and keep you updated as best I can. There's Barney de Klerk just waiting for someone to move at the far end. Phil Deacon, in he comes. In poles, that's short. De Klerk to his back foot, just plays it out to Mike Palmer at short extra. That's the end of the over. 33 overs gone. South Africa up to 150. 150 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Beautifully bowled by Graham Shaw. In fact, Phil. Sorry, it's Graham Shaw.
It's a good delivery.
And that just couldn't able to come the result that England had been waiting for. They do have 12 more overs. Will they bowl out all their overs, or will they go for their 2 wickets, sir? What's your thought?
I think England will just continue to do what they do. You know, Barney de Klerk, I've got to say, has batted very well. He's 33 not out. Ismail Taladia, 16 not out, showing some resistance, but England will just continue to do what they do. I think they know that the South African batsmen aren't going to get anywhere near the total, as we say that. It's an outside edge. Tony Burbeck chasing. Apologies, it's Nick Newman chasing. Good chase by Nick. Can't prevent the batters coming back for another one. That's 2 more to Ismail Taladia. 152 for 8.
Here we go for the third ball. Been tossed on the upright. The length has been like that, and it's a flatter one. Even keeper doesn't read him. Seems to be an arm ball from me from here. Ismail Taladia as well as Barney de Klerk have been batting tremendously well. As I said, these 2 guys are just stitching some good partnership. And all South Africa need to do is to get as close as possible to the target. If Sri Lanka beats rest of the world today and West Indies lost their match against Wales, we are going to witness Sri Lanka versus England. I don't know what the ground is going to be. But if the committee could able to put me in that match, I will be the happiest person to be doing again with Rash.
Well, me and you will be happy. I'm not so sure our viewers and listeners will be too happy. Let us know what you think about our double act. We always like to hear your comments. I know we've had some technical difficulties, folks. I hope it hasn't spoilt your enjoyment of this game too much. As I've said before in previous commentaries, the technical team do a wonderful job here, but there are limitations with the grounds that we are visiting. I do hope it hasn't spoiled your enjoyment. But yeah, we'll find out who, where and who England will play in the semi-finals, so it'd be nice to be alongside you as Deakin comes in again from the hostel end. Full delivery, this appeal for LBW.
And rejected by the umpire. Appeal has been reversed by him. A huge appeal, and it's Phil, the left arm spinner, is here to bowl the 8th over. He's on a tremendous spell, 1 for 29 in his 7.1, 153 for 8 for South Africa at the moment. They're batting at their 35th over. Also, they will be trying to play out their full quota of 45 overs. And typically, Ismail doesn't seem to be a tail-ender, right? He's just looking like an all-rounder who could bowl as well as who could bat.
Yeah, he's looked decent when he's come out. He's looked to play shots when he's been able to. You know, here's Deakin, and he comes again. He bowls, flatter delivery, nicely played by Tiladier. Out to Mike Palmer, short extra, and there's no run. Cross bat, Tiladier mistimes it. Ball goes straight back to Phil Deakin. South Africa 153 for 8. Approaching the end of the 34th over. So here's Deakin in again from the hostel end. That's a nice looking shot by Tiladier, that. Just tucked off his legs. Beautifully timed. Races away. It's another boundary for him. His third.
So South African batters are right here giving England bowlers a bit of headache. They got their 8 quick wickets, but they couldn't. They are trying their level best to get yet another wicket. They could be able to break this. The next one is coming so soon. So that's what England too needed. It's Ismail who has got his third boundary. He's on 23 of 33. Here we go. A bit of shorter in length. Cuts out through sweepers. A good fielding effort from the fielder out there. Just a single. Oh, comes to a conclusion. It's 158 for 8 after the 35. And that's been so close, but Graham Shah just couldn't able to keep his hand on it. Went straight back to the bowler, outside edge. Try to flick the ball on the legs thick, just try to flick it up and straight on it. There we go for the second ball. Graham Shah to Bernie de Klerk. Wonderfully played through covers for a dot ball. Wonderfully bowled. Yet again seems to be an arm ball from Shah. A big swing, a big eye. Just passed through the batter's neck on the keeper's gloves. Yet again, quicker delivery, and Graham Shah seems to be getting some bit of extra bounce he try to hit the pitch hard. For me, a toss ball coming down the leg, hitting the middle stick. No, it's an arm ball yet again. A touch and run from the batter out there. A poor throw. Still backed up beautifully by Mr. Mike. Graham Shaw is doing on a wonderful spell too. He's been bowling his 4th over for 18. Still need to get his first wicket. The last ball of his 4th. Wonderfully played through mid wicket. It's an excellent effort from the fielder out there. Tony Birbeck was a flat throw towards keepers, and with that over just comes to a conclusion. It's 159 for 8 in 36. They do need 148 more runs in 154 balls. Going to be a tough chase, but they need to get as close as possible, South Africans. That's what they were looking for. A quick summary of England's batting. They just lost their first 3 wickets very earlier part, but they could be able to stitch a good partnership between Newman and Monty was stitched a partnership of 158 in 17.7 overs, and what they did is they played at 8.92 per over, the run rate of 8.92. That's how they played, and in the following second innings, South Africans just start to lose their wickets, and they could be able to stitch a good partnership in for their 9th wicket. It's Michael Palmer, a change in bowling, I hope so. Michael Palmer, who bowled tremendously well. He's the one who has started tune for England. He's here to bowl his 6th. Already bowled 2 maidens in his 5 with 12 runs for 2 wickets. What is type of this guy can do, sir? A bit of extra bounce or a typical skiddy bowler?
Yeah, both, to be honest, AV. As you said, tremendous opening spell by Michael Palmer. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. In he comes then from the pavilion end. Correction, the hostel end. Taladia, nice looking shot. Just plays it out onto the leg side. Tony Birbeck does the fielding. Correction, Nick Newman does the fielding. And scampers through for a single. 160 for 8. Yeah, he's a good bowler, Mike Palmer. Bowls wicket to wicket, but he does have a delivery that he just moves away from the right-hander. So de Klerk facing Palmer. In he comes, bowls, rocks back, tries to play him through, tries to guide it down through the vacant gully area. Misses it. Good take by the keeper, Simon Rath. There's no run.
Looks like this guy having some good face, and it's been a bit of skiddy for him. He's a tall bowler. I hope so he could be able to generate the bounce when he bowls those cross seam deliveries. But for now, he's bowling some skiddy balls from the turf. Cottonik, oh! Excellent try to be true from backward square leg fielder. He just able to get a hand off it. And I hope so he should have stand a lot of slip or gully areas. That's how he dived, right? He was ready for it, but just passing through him.
Yeah, tremendous effort by Graham Shaw at square leg. Barney de Klerk, well, he didn't hold back. He probably didn't catch all of it, but he hit it with a lot of whip. Shaw diving to his left, just unable to get there. Good effort by Graham Shaw. 4 more to Barney de Klerk. He moves on to 37 as Palmer comes in again. De Klerk forward, watchful, nice defensive shot. Says yes, comes halfway down the pitch. Taladia not having anything to do. It's a direct throw, hits the stumps. Well, good cricket from England there. Barney de Klerk, it was a good shot. Well picked up by the England fielders. De Klerk halfway down the pitch. Taladia, basically the big stop sign. No, I'm going nowhere. De Klerk recognised that from his partner. Ambled back. Was just in, but a good throw from the England fielder there. Direct it on the stumps as Palmer comes in again. He's in, he bowls. That's a nice looking shot. Beautiful timing. Barney de Klerk's played really, really well. Beautiful shot through the mid-wicket area. Another 4 on to the total. Another 4 for him. He moves on to 41. South Africa 168 for 8. Yep, been a good partnership between these two.
Yes, Barney de Klerk is not giving up things at the moment. He's just batting so tremendously well. He's on 41 of 34, as you said, sir, with 8 boundaries, and he seems to be attacking those loose balls which has been coming up. Does England need to maintain some patience? They just keep on bowling on leg. Maybe like that ball, a good length delivery just outside off. That's what I'm talking about. They need to stick on with this progress, right? They should not looking for wickets. They should just bowl to dots. They just bowl, need to bowl to stick line.
Yeah, good end to the over from Mike Palmer there. So Graham Shaw to continue from the pavilion end. But Barney de Klerk, well, could have done with a few of his colleagues, showing his application and tenacity. As Shaw comes in from the pavilion end to lad, that was beaten all ends up. Very, very quick hands by Simon Ralph, the England wicket keeper. Yep, Taladia beating all ends up there. Good delivery from Graham Shaw. And it's something that we've seen throughout this tournament on the England wicket keepers, whether it be Simon Routh or Steve Aston, they stand up the whole innings. Here's Shaw again then. He bowls, Taladia just prods forward. Squirts off the outside edge. Yes, knows the call. Has to get back. Good fielding. And there's no run.
A big no call from the non-striker Barney de Klerk. He definitely don't need a run out right at the moment. They just need to stick out. They just need to play out all their 45 overs to get a good score. Flatter again. Straight to cover point. No runs been added. With 3 boundaries, Ismail Teleadia is on 26 of 43 balls with a strike rate of 60.47. Here we go for the 4th. A bit of tossed up. Straight to covers, and is that a run out chance? A bit of confusion between both the batters at the moment. It went straight back to the covers fielder, but it isn't a run. Barry de Klerk, he just himself ran. Thank God he just came back to the crease at the very right moment. A flatter one, good defensive shot. Yet again a mix up, but couldn't able to make it by England. The last ball of the 38th. With 7 more overs to go after this, they do have 139 runs to get. Impossible, but they need to get as close as possible. As I said, it's 139 required in 42, 168 for 8 South African were at. And a good partnership, it's 54 of 68 between Ismail as well as Barney de Klerk.
Yeah, just a quick update. Group B matches, rest of the world, Sri Lanka, rest of the world posted 200 for 7 in their 45. Sri Lanka, well, it looks like they're cruising to victory. Currently on 191 for 3 off 34 overs. They require 10 more runs in 66 balls with 7 wickets in hand. With Australia going well against India, it looks like Australia will finish on top of the group. And it looks like Sri Lanka will finish second. If that remains the case, it'll be England versus Sri Lanka in the semi-final match on Wednesday. And if it is, it's going to be an absolute cracker. So, Mike Palmer from the hostel end into de Klerk. He bowls. De Klerk, nice looking shot, just puts it out into the offside. Tony Burbeck does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, looking forward to that semi-final. That will be a good game. Sri Lanka, a very, very talented outfit. But England, well, they won't fear anybody. Strength in depth in this team. Left a number of players out today. Here's Palmer again then. In he comes. Bowls to Klerk, just rocks back. A bit quicker from Palmer, just hurried him up.
Yes, Michael Plummer has been continuing his 7th over, who's been at second over of his second spell. Yes, whenever I hit bowler, he's just looking like Stuart Broad for me. Not in action, just looking like a resemblance of Stuart Broad. Wonderfully played. Just flicked through mid-on for yet another boundary. And yes, Barney de Klerk, as I said, is not looking back. He's just keep on scoring in boundaries. His 9th boundary, he moves on to 45 with 38 balls. The tremendous strike rate of 118.42. He's been very balanced. He's just putting out those loose balls, as I said.
Just a quick update, folks. West Indies have lost another wicket. They are now 126 for 5 in 29 overs, chasing 265 to win against Wales. They require another 139 in 96.
Here we go.
Yeah, nice shot.
Beautifully played towards deep backward point for a single. And I have a question for you, Rash. The question is just like this. You have been checking out scores. You have been in front of me. You have been checking out scores. You just want which team in the semis to be, so that you guys could able to prepare West Indies or Sri Lanka.
Well, I don't think it matters who. It looks like it's going to be Sri Lanka. If that's the case, that will be an absolutely belting game, as I've said, on Wednesday. I don't think England will fear anybody, to be honest, AV. As Palmer comes in again, he bowls. Taladia, that's a good looking shot. Chop down. Trots through for a single. Yeah, England won't fear anybody. As I've said, to go through a tournament and to go through a group undefeated is a very, very good performance and a good achievement. When it comes to the semi-final, it's a one-off match. Winner takes all. We know strange things can happen in cricket, but the England boys, you know, they've played well in their group matches so far. As Palmer comes in again to de Klerk. Oh, he's out. He's out. Well, he'd batted so well, Barney de Klerk. It looked to be positive. He just decided he was going to come down the pitch to Mike Palmer. Palmer just held his length back a touch outside the off stump. Great work by Simon Routh. I'm delighted for Simon. He's been suffering from gastroenteritis. Played the second warm-up game here. He's been out since. Steve Aston admirably filling in his place. Great glove work. That's a good wicket for England. 9 down, but well battered Barney de Klerk. 46 off 39 balls with 9 boundaries. South Africa 174 for 9.
So yes, sir, that's a wonderful knock from Barney de Klerk. And I would repeat, again, we have been talking about a good batter who's been playing good, and he's lost his wicket. And why did what actually felt? Why did he knows that he's out of the crease, right? And the keeper is up. Why did he want to well lift the ball? Somehow he just can connect the ball, right? He just well left, and I hope so. Then he realized that his foot is actually over the crease.
Well, in fairness to Barney de Klerk, he's used his feet exceptionally well during his innings. We saw it with Chris Dearden while his colleagues were floundering, watching the ball drop down from a great height. He was using his feet, meeting the ball on the full and playing some delightful shots. We'll have to ask Barney why he decided he was going to come down the track to Mike Palmer. Mike Palmer's a very, very good bowler, bowls wicket to wicket, bit of extra pace. I guess he thought he just wanted to try and get to his 50 and see what's what. If he just carried on doing what he was doing, I'm sure he would have got there naturally. But nevertheless, reward for Mike Palmer. And as I say, delighted for Simon Routh. Look at the England team. They're all around him, patting him on the back. They know how much it means to him. He's been really poorly over the last week and a half. His family are out here with him. His wife Julie, his daughters Emily and Alice, they're here supporting him. He's a great, great man. You know, has a lot of respect within the camp, and they're all delighted that he's been able to get out here and keep, and he's kept exceptionally well. But South Africa, well, 174 for 9. They've given it a go. Let's be right. England were right amongst them early doors. Ismail Taladia and Barney de Klerk have shown some fight. They've shown some application. They've shown some commitment. It's a pity some of their colleagues didn't follow suit. So the last man comes out to join Ismail Taladia. It's going to be Graham Shaw to continue from the pavilion end, and the last man out is Roy Messer, the South African wicketkeeper. Shaw comes in. Taladia, don't know if that carried to Phil Deakin at slip. By his reaction, it appears that he did. Chance put down. We disappointed Phil Deakin. Prides himself on his fielding.
Yes, 174 for 9 South Africa at the moment. They do have just take this thing a positive way. Oh, this time around he take it. That's a wonderful catch. Again, another excellent reflex from our England fielder. And that's a super take. This is the third one, sir. You just got out of the word, right?
Well, goodness me. I mean, the first one was, I think, an easier chance that he obviously put down. You could see by Phil Deakin's body language that he was annoyed with himself. That one fired in from Graham Shaw. Taladia, genuine edge. It went really quickly and he made it look very, very simple. Well, that's the end of the South African innings. They're all out for 174. Just bear with me as we've got a creepy crawly just buzzing around our commentary position here. I think it's gone. Yeah, it's been an excellent performance from England. It really started when they were batting. They were in a bit of a hole at 148 for 5. South Africa would have sensed the way things that were going at the time, they could get England out for about 200 or thereabouts. But Nick Newman, he came out, just an absolutely unbelievable innings. Really was. Smashed it to all parts of the ground. It was got his century. Was out there for an hour and 7 minutes. And as AV said, partnership with Monty Douglas of 158 runs in 17.7 overs took England up to a score of 306 for 5. In reply, well, the South African innings never really got going. Some good early inroads. Kevin Watson and Mike Palmer. South Africa up against it right from the start. And apart from good showings from Barney de Klerk and Ismail Taladia, the rest of the South Africans, well, they'll probably look back and think they could have done things differently. But truth be told, even on their best day, I think they were going to be up against it. And that 107 I mentioned by Nick Newman, 107 not out off 62 balls, 12 fours, 6 sixes, and 3 consecutive sixes off Ishak. Strike rate of 172.58. It's been a comprehensive victory by England, winning by 132 runs. They go through Group A undefeated, 5 wins out of 5. They go through to the semi-finals on Wednesday, where in all likelihood, unless something dramatic happens, they'll be playing Sri Lanka, and they'll go into that match full of confidence. So from me, Rash Mahmood, it's been a pleasure to be here at the SRI Ramachandra Medical College Cricket Ground. Always a pleasure to be with my colleague Akash Vignesh. I will hand you over to him, and hopefully you'll catch our commentary of the semi-final when England, in all likelihood, will play Sri Lanka. That's to be confirmed, venue to be confirmed, and believe it or not, the start time to be confirmed. Thank you to all of you who've joined this live stream. AV, thank you very much, my friend. I will see you soon, and it's down to you for your final words.
Yeah, I hope so. As you said, sir, we will be. I'm just waiting for. Hope so. We will be getting our 4th relay on a time. And thanks for the 1080 viewers who have watched this live stream, wherever in the part of the world, from any part of England, any part of South Africa, or any part of India. In fact, any part of the world. Thank you for just having us in the live. And England, the final result, England have won the match by 132 runs, and they are going into the semis by 5 wins, as Mr. Rash said. They are going into the semis with some heavy confidence, and this team looks to be the one who's going to take up the cup. Let's wait and watch for the result. Thank you guys for watching us from this match, and signing off from me as well as from Rash. Thank you for joining us, sir, and thank you for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome, my friend. Always good to be in your company. Thank you to all our technical staff here as well, Madan, the stream coordinator, and Sri and Austin, who've done a fabulous job with the cameras, and to all the scorers and the officials, of course, the umpires. We can't have a game without them. It's been a very, very good performance by England. We look forward to joining you again on Wednesday with the semi-finals. Join us then.
Yes, thank you guys. We will be joining you soon in the semis, and also there's a good match in semis too. Thank you for joining us for now. I'm taking up a leave.
however, to give our yeah, but just say at the end of this Tuesday, it's been incredible hospitality we have received all round. It's been absolutely out there now and preparing to they have been absolutely first class. We played on